Hello everybody and welcome to Testing Grounds number 21, Cursed Maps Edition. I'm Kater and I'm joined here today by Imad.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, our first match that we're gonna be seeing is, I'm just gonna call them Among Us versus Tenta Fanclub. Gotta start off on the right foot with Among Us first thing. How could we miss that?
It's quite the team names, to be sure.
I mean, what do you expect, really, from Splatoon players? You're always gonna get something of this stage. We are starting off, of course, on Splat Zones on Gobi Arena, which, dare I say, might actually be the least cursed map mode on in this tournament, because I've actually seen it on some serious map lists before.
And I have to say, I am actually quite a fan of Zones Gobi.
Really? I don't like it, but that's also just because I don't like zones myself. Pray tell, what do you like so much about this map?
I found a little bit of a niche with the ballpoint splatling. It's got some nice range, put some beacons out, and you get a lot of control over zone from the middle.
That's definitely fair. I've seen a Dynamo player actually wreak havoc. They just get up onto that little top place that chargers like to stand on sometimes. They just swing over onto the zone and continuously keep it inked. It was quite a match to see, honestly.
Yes, you gotta watch out for them dynamos on that.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what we're gonna see. And did I just see disconnects? Ah, man. Well, again, what a great way to start off the stream with a disconnect from Among Us.
Unfortunate poof.
We got leaders on both sides, interestingly enough.
That is something I do see quite often, is very open in the middle because everyone is focused on the zone, so it has a lot of maneuvering room for an E leader.
Yeah, that's definitely fair, especially with if you do choose to be on stands, you get a lot of control over mid with those little hoops that people like to stand on. We're gonna just see a little bit of a truce between these teams right now as we're waiting for that timer to tick down. Thankfully, this is one of the faster modes to knock out.
Absolutely, some good sportsmanship right here.
Otherwise,
go
on.
If this comp is anything to be judged by, it's definitely going to be having a lot of range on both sides with, like you said, the E leader, but also a Pro and a 96 for each side, respectively.
Yeah, as well as that CDS, which is pretty interesting. I mean, again, it's a very common zones pick. There goes the good sportsmanship you were talking about. But having both the Pro and the CDS gives pretty nice range, but then again, of course, on Tenta Fanclub's side, you've got that Pro and that Nautilus, and then both sides also having an armor. But I do like the pick with the Junior, just because you get that armor, you also get a lot of paint, and Gobi's zone is pretty big.
Absolutely, and with the Junior, you do have that nice availability of the bombs, and having all the stands and the ledges, being able to pressure opponents from the safety of the lowest level and be able to get those higher places is very helpful with the Junior.
Yeah, then again, you've also got that Neo Splash, which is really, really nice to have in zones. Just a general all-around nice zones weapon, but just having that suction bomb rush can really, really help to flush enemies out of the zone as well as taking it for yourself.
Absolutely, and while I like to play it safe. I like to stick to the zone, just make sure to lock them out, but we might see a couple of sneaky flanks up that uninkable side, up that ramp. It's a little bit slow, but if no one's paying attention, it could be quite devastating.
Yeah, I've seen some plays like that happen before on Gobi. It's very interesting, especially if it's pulled off. But yeah, like you said, it does take a little bit of a while just because that's all uninkable and stuff. But if you can get up there undetected, it can really change the tide of a battle.
Now, one thing I am curious about, typically you see a lot of you tend to see some short-range weapons in the mix as well, like a carbon roller or even like a mini splatling, just because it's very handy to shark in the middle and be able to catch the returning players unawares.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for this, it seems that we're having two pretty long-range weapons, whether that be the Pro and the Not, or the 96 that we're seeing, and then you just have either the Junior or the Zap, because both of these comps have a really similar structure. A leader, a high inking weapon, and then two relatively long range, I suppose you would call them midliners. So it's interesting to see because, yeah, I do agree with you that I've seen a lot of short-range sharking weapons on Gobi before, but should it be interesting. And we're gonna start right off with a nice pick off of this E-Leader, which is gonna let Among Us take first cap of the zone, and actually really quickly take turf control as well. This is a nice opening for them as they also take out the pro on Tenta Fanclub.
Absolutely, and as you can see, the E-Leader making great use of the extra range it has, able to reach us very far back into the stands from that hoop perch, right, as you can see.
Yeah.
Able to take up the Nautilus and almost got the splat on the E-Leader as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, I really like Chargers just knowing where they can put pressure on, just because even if they don't get picks all the time, that laser going around is still enough to make members of the opposing team scatter. It's just area pressures, the whole thing. Nice pick off of the splash there, and that's still 2 down right there for Tenta Fanclub. So with Among Us still back in control of the zone and really not letting go of it, they're in a very, very nice position right now.
And the Splash-O-Matic getting good use out of his mobility and paint, just rushing the E-Leader right in the stands in their own home territory, and be able to just cause them havoc, causing them to jump out and find them a little bit of time.
These mine placements from the leader are also great. And you saw them trying to use it to deal a little bit more damage, but also they were on the zone and inked over some of that paint put down by Tenta Fanclub. However, that is going to be the zone for them, and they have that armor as well as that Booyah Bomb that are both going to get popped right there. So even though the zone's gone back to Among Us, hopefully they can come back and take it. 4v4 right now though, but Jess just gets a little bit overwhelmed there, unfortunately, with the zone changing right underneath their feet. They really didn't have anywhere to go. However, the person that took them out is going to get taken out by a bomb from the Junior, which you were talking about. So, I mean, there's a little bit of karma right there if I've ever seen it.
I was very impressed by how Among Us were able to not only take the zone back, but do so while the specials of Tenta Fanclub were still in operation. They were able to sneak in and, as you said, right out from under their feet, just pull the rug out. They're still maintaining control even though they're 3
Here's
down.
the flank out of the splash that we were talking about. It ends, unfortunately, in failure as the Nautilus just whips around and lasers them. Meanwhile, Tenta Fanclub has taken back the zone and whittling down their penalty that they didn't have much of in the first place. They can now begin to tick down that timer and sit nicely. However, they are going to have to watch for the members of Among Us coming back, as they have already respawned, and you're seeing that rain come out from the leader, as well as both another rain get popped from the CDS and then the armor from the 96.
And it looks like Among Us has taken back the zone while still having their bombers online, at least for the time being. And here it comes out with the Inkjet and the rain for Team Tenta Fanclub trying to compete. But unfortunately, Among Us is still maintaining control of the zone.
Yeah, they've got the members of Tenta Fanclub a little bit pinned right there. As you saw, both the Junior and the Nautilus went down in that little side over there, and the penalty is just single digits for Among Us right now. There's just basically one more chance for Tenta Fanclub to make a counter push, and you saw that in the form of the rain and the Booyah Bomb as well, but that's a nice bomb. Actually, I don't really know what killed that K-Pro there, but
that was an ink mine kill.
It was a mine kill? Oh my goodness. But even with all the attempts to neutralize the zone by Tenta Fanclub, they don't manage to do it long enough. They don't manage to take control of the zone, and so that's just going to be a knockout for Among Us.
Very well executed, I have to say. The post-mortem kill with the mine was very fun to watch. As a Hydra user, I know exactly how that feels. Really?
Yeah, I don't play weapons with mines, but I do imagine it's pretty funny to happen. I've gotten my fair share of sprinkler kills, I will say, so I would think that it's about the same feeling.
Well, the sprinkler kills, I have to say, are a tier above their own.
That's true. We're moving on from that. We're going to Tower Control and Muscle Forge Fitness. Another one that sometimes pops up. Actually, I don't know about Black Willy Clans, but the other two I've seen before in other tournaments. My opinion of Black Willy Clans is a little bit skewed, so I don't remember whether I've seen it around before or not. But Tower on Muscle Forge is quite the interesting one. It can snowball very quickly after that second checkpoint entrenched there, but also that second checkpoint is very, very difficult to get through without a 3-down or a wipe situation.
That second checkpoint is essentially a gauntlet because it's so low to the ground with the enemy sniped right above it. They can basically just rain bombs down to keep them from getting through that checkpoint. Now, Muscle Forge is, again, a very small map in comparison to Gobi, but it still has the same basic terrain of lots of ups and downs.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a switch there with the Squiffer, the K-Shot coming out, and then a C-Jet getting pulled out on Tenta Fanclub. Not a bad pick at all. As a C-Jet player myself, I know the importance of race spamming on tower control, and it can very much come in handy, even though it's called cheat by a lot of people. Right now, we're just seeing fights for mid. Already a Stingray coming out just 15 seconds in, as well as the armor getting popped from the Squiffer, which is interesting. I mean, you don't always think Squiffer's that fast to charge specials, but it can if you're focused on it.
Yeah, it definitely surprised a lot of people, especially if they're able to stay alive and just continually to build that up.
Yeah, the CDS has nice maneuverability there, unfortunately getting taken out, but still, this is another nice opening for Among Us, as 2 down on Tenta Fanclub's gonna let them take that first checkpoint and slowly make their way to that second checkpoint, not before a raid from the C-Jets interrupting them, though. And,
nice
man.
Bomb defense from the Junior right there. It looks like 2 down for Among Us, but they're still able to push the tower a little bit closer before going down one more.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, they've still not completely ended this push. Nova on the Junior, unfortunately, caught out a little bit right there by the K-Shot, who's just still here, honestly. I mean, they didn't really fully go down at any point. They always still had people on the tower, which is why they're at that second checkpoint now. Even despite all the resistance they're still facing from Tenta Fanclub.
Yeah, once again, the close quarters coming in the K-Shot's favor. They're able to shark on that right side there. Honestly, with tower control, I myself always forget about that little lip right there, so I wouldn't be surprised if it escaped the notice of Tenta Fanclub as well.
Yeah, Among Us has just gone 3 down though with that K-Shot. Full wipe, Vortex finishing them off. And I did see them get another kill earlier, so very nice work of them and their team. And so, I mean, not before Among Us got to 32 though, which is a very nice push, especially for an opening push. Like, that was pretty much one push there, except for that little delay before the second checkpoint, so I'm impressed.
Absolutely. And we were saying earlier, the second checkpoint is the most difficult part to get past. But it looks like it's 3 down for Among Us. And then hopefully the Tenta Fanclub is able to get a push off this.
Yeah, I think Vortex was looking for something with that Inkjet. I'm pretty sure they saw something around the ledge, but wasn't quite able to get through it. That's alright, though, because their team is still going strong. They've got the armor. They've got a little bit of ledge camping behind them as well. They know where their enemies are, as well as their teammates, which is, I mean, always nice. Unfortunately, that Junior is going to go down. 2 down, the not finally dying. 3 down, so that Siege-Jet's the last one. They're forced to back up and jump out, as an anchor does. And that push is unfortunately going to end at 61.
I still haven't quite got past that second checkpoint, but still a pretty darn good start. I think if that Inkjet was able to get one more pick, they could have gotten a little bit more points off it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have a starting point. However, Among Us is not going to go down that easily, as they've just gotten another push pretty much immediately started, and they are quite far along. K-Shot finally losing in one of those close combat fights to the Nautilus. And with that fast 3 down, and really nice rebound from Tenta Fanclub. They're a lot faster than it was from that first push, so hopefully with the specials that they have and charging up more specials, they can get a push pretty quickly before Among Us can get their feet under them.
For sure, and with Among Us, they were pushed up pretty far onto the enemy plat. You know, it can be very difficult to unseat an enemy team once they get up that far, but I think Tenta Fanclub did an excellent job of keeping their cool and just using those specials to zone them back out and able to get control of mid once again.
This Inkjet that Vortex has been holding for forever is finally getting popped, getting one nice pick, some chip damage on another, not quite getting that second pick, but still, this is exactly what Tenta Fanclub needs. We've just got a little bit under a minute left, and they've finally gotten past that second checkpoint. They're very quickly heading up on that lead. They've gone 2 down, though, and that tower is under attack by 2 people. It's just 5 points away, and with this siege unfortunately going down, that's going to be just so close to the lead, but not close enough. There's not even a checkpoint between them and the lead with just those 5 points in the way. They've come so close, yet so far from that. So right now, as the tower makes its way back to mid, we could possibly see an overtime push if Tenta Fanclub can rebound from those unfortunate deaths and get some form of a special back, some form of a push.
Ooh, and so far all the team members are able to stay alive and very close to specials, if you can see up the top. So as long as they can get a couple of picks and maybe some more map control, this game may turn in their favor.
Oh, that's a 3 down for Among Us somehow, very quickly right there. But the last member manages to pick off someone of Tenta Fan Club and Tower. I mean, that's pretty much a single-handed game save right there.
That was down to the wire. 3 down with only the splash that remained, but he was able to get up on top and tap that tower to make sure they couldn't get into overtime.
Yeah, really nice job. But still, I mean, 13 KA for 3 members of Tenta Fan Club is still no small feat.
For sure, for sure. Now, going on to the next match, we have, as you say, Clam Blitz Blackbelly. Now, I'm not a big fan of Blackberry in general, but I think Clam Blitz is definitely the very bottom of the barrel for me.
Try Slosher. That's all I have to say. I mean, Sloshers in general, honestly. I would maybe say Explode if we were on zones, but we're not on zones, so we're not gonna say Explode. But just, of course, we all know Blackbelly is Slosher Haven, and what not about it is what about it is not Slosher Haven. You've got the curves, the small corners, the rails that people can get caught on when running away. This is exactly what Tri-Sloshers need, so or some form of Slosher. I would be very surprised not to see a bucket or a roller or something of the sort come out.
Now, for me, I have a lot of memories of, or maybe some bad memories of running into blasters on this map back in the day.
Yeah, that is true.
I know Rapids have been pretty popular, so maybe we'll see something of that nature, but definitely Sloshers will be. I'm pretty confident we can see some Sloshers out there.
Yeah, Clam Blitz is pretty interesting because you've basically got 2 ways to push, excluding super jumps. You have the long half-pipe way, and then you have, I guess, the other way, that's through mid, because most people don't really, you end up just converging on the same point, but really, that half-pipe route is honestly, it seems to be just a flip of a coin whether you make it from what I've seen and played of Clam Blitz on Blackbelly. Like, sometimes you can just squirm your way through, and sometimes you just face resistance for like 2 whole minutes.
And it's definitely very tough because it's very, very narrow, so if the defending team is able to have some specials on hand to slow them down, then it can definitely be very difficult to get past. But I think one of my biggest things I've had to watch out for is the way through mid, just the unexpected flank that no one seems to catch.
Yeah, and this map can end up being a really stally mode as well. We do have the Tri-Slosher out of Archer there. We have the Bamboozler coming out from Tenta Fan Club as well, that Bamboo MK1 with the missiles. That should be interesting. I like seeing Bamboo gameplay, but already that Junior's gone down, so no early armor. Not going down pretty early on, too. We've got just, I mean, fast picks from both sides as they attempt to set up, but with that CDS going down, this opening might not be exactly what Among Us wanted.
I wouldn't expect Bamboo on such a topsy-turvy map, but it seems to be working out just well for them, with 2 of the members of Among Us going down, as you said, and the Slosher just trying to maintain some control and catch someone unawares, but it looks like he's caught in a corner with 2 of the members of Tenta Fan Club trying to push that half-pipe.
Yeah, nice little maneuvering, opting to take the high ground instead of just rushing straight at the members that were boxing them in. But meanwhile, with some nicely placed super jumps, delivering some small clams in for Among Us, they've got that down to 56 and counting. And that was also a 3 down for Tenta Fan Club, allowing them to go back and gather more clams, taking it all the way down to 29 just in their first push. And we are still going. They are 2 down, but with that one member going. Just continuing to throw clams in before they died, and you've still got the knot here, and that's a full wipe on the side of Tenta Fan Club. This knot doesn't have clams, though, and the clams that have spawned are too far for them. Wait. Okay.
That's game, set, match right there. Holy moly.
Wow. I mean, I didn't expect it to be so fast. I thought Tenta Fan Club would be able to push them down as they had done in previous matches, but unfortunately it looks like they just weren't able to handle all of the sheer aggression that Among Us put out.
Indeed. It was, honestly, I did not, as you say, that was very unexpected. With 2 members of Among Us going down, I thought for sure that they wouldn't be getting a push anytime soon, but somehow they were able to not only get a super clan in, they were able to completely lock out Tenta Fan Club in order to get from 100 to 0 within the first push.
Yeah, that pretty much just a picture-perfect push right there, minus a little bit of a shaky opening, but as long as you just, brush it off and remember what you need to do, you can still do anything in this game, as evidenced by that.
Absolutely. Well, I don't have much else to say about that.
Yeah, we'll be taking a short break before we come to you with our next round of Swiss of cursed maps, so stay tuned. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds number 21, our Cursed Maps edition. If you are just joining us, I'm Kater, and I'm joined here today by IMAD.
Hello.
Yes, we are moving on to round 2 of Swiss with Rising Matrix versus Pulse. For Rising Matrix, I've seen this team run before. I'm sure we all have. And Pulse, I've seen their players around individually, pretty much. So I'm excited to see this.
Absolutely. As I too have not seen the team itself around, but I certainly recognize many of the players. We're going up first. We have Rainmaker on Moray Towers, everyone's favorite map and mode.
Yeah, the thing is, I know one person that unironically says they like Rainmaker Moray Towers. And I hate it. Why? Why would you play this? Why would you play this map mode? Why do you like it? But it's here, it's on the map list, and we're going to watch these two teams play it. So I suppose I have resigned myself to tolerating it.
Yeah, this is why we're commentating and not playing.
That is true. I prefer to be on this side of the tournament, thank you very much. I am very glad I only have to watch and talk about it rather than actually play it.
Absolutely. In any case, it should be very fun to watch, if only to see them struggle.
Yes, we are commentators, we laugh at your struggling. We've got a rapid, we've got a V-shot, we got funny weapons coming out. A little interest in comps, but I mean, it's been a while since I've seen a V-shot. Been a while since I've also seen triple stealth jump on Pulse. So, you know, we already know things are going to be turning out to be interesting.
Now, I am honestly surprised we do not see any long-range backliners, but honestly, it is also my personal preference to do something a little bit more mid to front line with the extra mobility, able to scale those walls and reach the higher levels very quickly. And I think with such a mobile mode such as Rainmaker, that is exactly what they're going for here.
That's true, that's definitely true. See that Splash unfortunately having to back off from that knot there as the land cable here on the Rainmaker opted to take this left route, but unfortunately gonna get jumped by a member of the Zap on Rising Matrix, not before they fall to their death off the side of Moray Towers. I mean, it's Moray, that was bound to happen, honestly. But they are just right back in control of the Rainmaker. They're gonna take that wall and succeed, taking it all the way to 33, which is the funny thing about Moray. Once you climb that, you get to 33, which I think is pretty amusing.
You get some nice...
Ooh, splashdown kill.
Some quick points, although if the defending team were there to contest it, it would be very difficult for them to get up there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They were able to make it, get those points, and still able to hold strong to this corner of the map.
Yeah, interesting little thing about taking this wall right here. You see those grates that this shot just fell through? You can actually, meanwhile, while their team goes 3 down, I will talk about this wall. If you don't make it all the way up to the top of the wall and you're killed before you touch the top of the wall, the Rainmaker will reset to the bottom of it and you won't get any points. However, if you stop on the grates, and then the Rainmaker will be reset to those grates and you will still get points. So you don't get points while you're climbing, which can be very unfortunate if you're making a last-ditch push and you just die. But still, we're seeing some fun little inkjet work out here as many people are getting taken out. 2 down on one side, 3 down on the other, and the Rainmaker's still sitting in mid because Pulse knows right now they don't have to take too many risks with a nice little lead of 23 as we head into the second half of this match right now. They're just keeping Rising Matrix on the back foot.
Yeah, both of those Nautilus are making excellent use of the ink rails and having a lot of fun with that, able to get several picks off them, including the nice inkjet pick we just saw earlier.
Oh yeah.
Once again, Pulse is making another dash for the wall, but unfortunately they are 3 down with only the Rainmaker remaining.
Yeah, that might even just cost them, as they did pretty much all go down, and with these two specials, the inkjet and the baller up on Rising Matrix, they're gonna go for the same route, and had the wall painted. They do get to the top of the wall, so they get the points, but not before they get completely wiped themselves, which is unfortunate as they cannot continue the push any longer. That would have been a nice point to continue, to piggyback off of it, to take that momentum, just like Pulse did to mirror them, but unfortunately they just weren't able to pull through, and Pulse is just going to go for another push.
And one of the unfortunate things about the Rainmaker mode is, unlike say, tower control or flat zones, there isn't much benefit to chipping away at the points and getting it part way. If you don't get to the lead, it's basically doesn't mean anything at all because you have to do it all over again. There's no boost, as I would say, no penalty reduction.
Yeah, that is true. That was an interesting kill. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but like you said, oh, that's fair. I mean, yeah, I suppose it was a bomb kill there. That makes more sense. I'm losing my ability to detect what kills things in this game. But we have Rising Matrix as attempting another push, looking like they're going to try and take this right route here instead of the more conventional left route, but unfortunately with the shot just up there, the splash, excuse me, just waiting for them, they're not going to find any success there. They're just going to go 3 down. They've got 47 seconds left to do something, but right now the defense on Pulse is really, really nice.
Yeah, once again, that Moray architecture coming into play with, while they were able to, are attempting to take that right side, which is a little bit safer, with a nice double pick from the Nautilus. Unfortunately, because all the players were respawning, they were able to just drop down with their bombs and their specials and just completely shut down that push.
Yeah, right now we're about 20 seconds left and still Pulse in control of this Rainmaker. Right now just choosing to hold it at this point a little bit. I mean, the Rainmaker can be a really, really powerful weapon when wielded right, especially because it has unlimited ink. And right now they're just taking full advantage of their arcing shots in this little corner right here. Although they're going to die with just a few seconds left, meaning that overtime is going to come into play, and Rising Matrix has one last crack at this.
With 2 down from Pulse, and the last remaining players trying to defend with everything they got. Unfortunately, the Nautilus goes down, but in the splashdown coming in, I can see why we have the splashdowns on this map.
Yeah, it looks like the Rainmaker's just gonna fall to their death, and that's going to be the end of the game. That one push from Pulse holding out for the entire 5 minutes.
That, honestly, I don't know what I was expecting, but that was very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, falling off the map is a pretty fun way to end a game. It's Moray Tower, so it's also pretty fitting, if you ask me.
Oh, for sure. Now, speaking of falling off, next up we have Zones on Camp Triggerfish, another very, I'm gonna say, tightrope-like map with lots of water to mishappenly fall into if you're not careful.
Yeah, honestly, I think the only map mode combo I would say falling off suits better than Moray is tower control on Camp Triggerfish, just because of how much the tower goes over the water. But we are not on tower control, we are on splat zones, which I find that people either tend to hate or love this map. I'm not quite sure why. I do tend to fall into the love side of the map, but that's just because I play long-range anchor weapons. I really like the kind of the split that this map forces as well. Usually you'll see teams decide to have 2 more aggressive players go onto the opposing team's side, while the two maybe support or anchor players stay on their side. But sometimes you have somebody picked off, then you're forced to go 1 to 3 or 1 to 2, and it makes for a lot more scrappy 1v1s, just really interesting dynamics that are different from the regular flow of play that we see in one big map that is more common on pretty much any other map mode.
As you say, because of the split avenues, unfortunately, neither team will be able to make a very unified push altogether, especially when there's dual zones to be had. But they will have to manage their players wisely, I suppose, as well as their specials and their range.
Yeah, and of course, sometimes you have bombs, rather like even something like Sprinkler can help a lot, just because it can be thrown over the gap, and weapons that have range that could reach over the gap can be really, really valuable. And is that a rapid deco and double Nautilus?
Holy moly!
I'm alright. So people are bringing out the funny things on stream, I see. Well, we are taking a time trip back to 2018 as the Rapid Deco comes out. Not even that, I mean, that was Rapid Pro Deco, wasn't it? But already we're seeing these players. I mean, you see 2 of Pulse on this side, two on the other side, and this is exactly what I was talking about. And I suppose Nautilus was a really good choice, as you have that high killing power, but it also reaches across the gap, which is really, really important. And with that Inkjet, they're also going to be able to go airborne, which again just gives them another benefit. With 2 down again on Pulse, that H3 is down, but it doesn't look like they're going to have to worry about that too much, honestly, with all of the turf control and just what they're exercising right now over Rising Matrix.
Now, I'm not very familiar with the nozzle nose, but if I'm not mistaken, that is a double armor, double Rainmaker, or no,
Yes, you are
double
correct.
inkjet.
You are
Yeah,
correct.
double inkjet. So they're definitely looking to utilize the range and the unique properties of the inkjet to be able to get over that gap and get
Yeah,
some.
probably Inkjet Arbor combo if I had to guess, which is a pretty good place to invest. Meanwhile, we've got the Baller Knot here actually going for the zone, and the Inkjet fell off the map, but only to be saved and then to just get camped by Septis here on the Nautilus. But they're just gonna get chased right out of that zone, and even with all of that effort, that neutralization, Rising Matrix didn't manage to take control of the zone. We're seeing nice knot picks from both sides, actually. That was really, really nice play right there. And another pick as well. That's 3 down there on the side of Pulse. So with the combined efforts of all of their members, Rising Matrix finally takes control of the zones.
Now, will we be able to see the same lockout that Pulse was
They've
able
all
to
got
use against
specials.
Rising Matrix?
All 4 of them got their specials, so it is completely possible. But yeah, we are seeing, though, the specials come out for Pulse. You saw that armor get popped. This Inkjet here is likely going to get canned. A nice double out of the H3 there, and they're pretty much just free to paint the zone at this point now. And with that, with the long range, all they have to do is take out that knot, and they didn't even have to take out the knot, and they've just back in control of the zones.
I was just gonna say, like, either Magic makes be able to hold their own, or it's gonna be turned right back over to Pulse, as we have just seen here. Now, it looks like that nozzle, I can see why they chose to do the nozzle with the armor as opposed to, say, an NZAP or a Junior. That extra little bit of range and damage is able to reach across and get a little bit of extra damage across the gap.
Oh, another nice double out of them. That makes 3 down on Rising Matrix just yet again. This is just such a solid lockout, honestly, from Pulse. I mean, you basically used the words you said whether we're going to see the same lockout out of Rising Matrix or not. But that H3 is just running wild there. Look at all of the kills that they're getting.
Now, see, this is the very dangerous spot for them, or for Matrix to let this nozzle nose be. Once he gets up there, it's very difficult to unsee him. He's got all of the range, all of the high ground, and take that back.
But the Nautilus is fall off.
Are they able to retake the zone in time to get that penalty onto Pulse, or will it be a knockout right off the bat?
Yeah, right now we've got 1 zone for each team, although finally there is the cap for Rising Matrix and a smooth inject kill right there. So we've still got a fighting chance for Rising Matrix as they put a hefty 52-point penalty right on Pulse. But again, another sweet inkjet kill. Both sides really just almost showing off right now as we go into the last minute and 20 seconds of this match. Pulse is right back in control of the zones. They've got this nice little comfortable turf control. You just see the members, they're bomb spamming, but they're comfortable right where they are, putting Rising Matrix a little bit on the back foot and forcing them to come out to face them.
I was a little mystified by the use of the vanilla Nautilus here as opposed to a second inkjet. Because with the inkjet, there's not much place for the enemy to hide, but it seems to be working out in their favor, using the ball there to control the zone pretty quickly and still able to maintain the maneuverability and range of a Nautilus.
I mean, yeah, we've seen 6 ballers out of this Nautilus in this game. Most of them have just been focused on taking back the zone or saving themselves, which is a nice way to use that baller. A couple of nice kills, actually, both with a Nautilus there, as we're 13 to 56 in the last 30 seconds of this game, and with Rising Matrix going 2 down, that's not where they want to be, because right now they're defending and they need to be on the offense so that they can initiate overtime. It's so much harder to have overtime on a split double zone map like this, because you have to have both zones in control, which, again, is just really hard to do if it has if you've got one, half in control and one in your control. Overtime, I don't think goes into effect. I'm not completely sure. Don't quote me on that. But within the last few seconds of this, Pulse just takes back the zone. And although it's not the KO that we saw in the last match, it's still a very nice game.
I think, as we mentioned earlier, that having that split zone came back to haunt them at the end there. They weren't able to split their resources effectively or make a unified push to take back the zone, so they were just completely locked out until the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
he was making still work out there.
That was that. We are going now to tower control on Port Mackerel, and if I don't see a Stingray here, I don't know where I would want to see a Stingray.
I am honestly going to be surprised if I see anything, if I see less than 1, or I'm expecting at least more than one for each team, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, the C-Jet, come on, bring out the C-Jet again. Or something like that. Just Port being just such a long map full of those alleyways and only so wide really is just a Ray heaven. It's pretty much the same as if you use Ray on Walleye, honestly. Like, you've just got these long alleyways, you can trap people in there, they can't move side to side. That's pretty much it. That's all it takes to die to a Stingray.
Now, I will say, though, we have seen both teams to favor the Nautilus and the Inkjet. Now, Inkjet is pretty effective on this map because of the, I would say, the out-of-bounds terrain that you're able to access with the Inkjet to get some higher ground. And especially with all the crates, it just means nothing to the Inkjet. You just sail right over it.
That's definitely true. Getting those extra boosts in height is really, really nice for an Inkjet. I suppose, because I don't play Inkjet, I don't think about it that much, but you do raise a very good point there. Would not be surprised to see those Nautiluses come back, just with their power to pop out from behind corners and laser them. I mean, having that charge is going to be very useful here if they do decide to play Nautilus, just because you have so many corners that you're jumping out from behind, and it's pretty nice just to have these corners to duck behind for cover, to come out with a full charge. It's cool for Nautiluses, and we're gonna see that double knot comp come out again for Pulse. It worked for them before. They're hoping it works for them again. Meanwhile, we see that K-Rapid come back, see a K-Gal coming out as well. So pretty common weapons still, but a little bit of a change can't hurt, can it?
But am I mistaken, or is there not a single Stingray in this comp?
There is not a single Stingray in sight.
What insanity is this?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they just have things they like better. I suppose it's not a bad idea to just stick to your strengths, especially because, like you said, things like Inkjet can still work really well. However, this is a strong opening for Rising and Matrix in contrast to what we've seen out of Pulse in the last two matches. I mean, they've already gotten pretty much right up against that first checkpoint. This is one of the funny maps like Sturgeon Shifter that only has 2 checkpoints. But they do get pushed out and flushed out really quickly, so it's still interesting. It's still as much of a back and forth as we saw in the last match.
I definitely like the choice of the bring back the Rapid of variants, even if it's the K this time. But definitely having that blaster as well as the extra range to get around those corners for anyone that happens to be sharking, and also be able to chip away at anyone riding the tower.
Yeah, it is quite a nice pick. You got those torpedoes as well. You can see when they lock onto people. There's the strength of the Nautilus right there just to laser people. And another nice pick. I mean, pretty much all the Naut players have really been giving us a show on the stream just with these nice kills. I don't know if this is typical for Naut players or what. I don't watch a lot of Naut gameplay, but this is pretty cool. And here's what you were talking about with the Inkjet gameplay, with using those crates to get a bit of extra height. That player did manage to jump out, but still it would have been a pretty smooth Inkjet kill there. You see another one there on the left as well. Meanwhile, Pulse is still pushing up. They've finally passed that first checkpoint and also gotten Rising Matrix 3 down with this Nautilus tier, the last one having to pop Inkjet in order to try and find something, but they just get immediately shot down, which is not good for them at all.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. The last player maybe not able to make much of their special. I think that, what was it, the nozzle that was getting the extra range to just take him down right off the bat. But it looks like Rising Matrix is able, off the respawn, able to stop this push before they can get the knockout or get past that second checkpoint, so at least they're still in the running for this match.
Oh, definitely. It is far from over as we are just in the second half of the match, but Pulse has already rebounded, or at least trying to, taking the tower, but they were 2 down at that point, so it looks like, I believe, they just retreated, which is pretty smart. I mean, you gotta know when to go forward and when to retreat. Draco here popping that Booyah Bomb just to give their team a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of cover to get back control of mid, as they are not necessarily in the best position right now, but they are swiftly taking it back 1 down on both sides right now, as we're just watching both of these teams struggle for mid, popping specials in order to get some sort of an upper hand, but really it's just a lot of even ground right now.
It's definitely very back and forth. 52 there making great use of the splash wall in these closed areas, but it looks like 2 down for Pulse, and maybe Rising Matrix is looking to finally make a push of their own and get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's what's going on. Violet here on the Zap had popped that armor. They're painting for their team as well as going up a little bit farther. Looks like they're also going to be one of the riding tower or just using the tower to get up here, which is a nice use of the tower. Unfortunately, just gonna get taken out by a Nautilus walking around the corner. Gets a double there, and that's a swift 3 down for Rising Matrix. Unfortunate. That's a wipe now. That not stopping, and they're not stopping. Get it? And so, unfortunately, that push is cut short yet again.
We see this double ancient coming down, but the not saying not today.
The not puns are coming back, but again, just more not picks. And in this last minute, it's just a bloodbath right around the tower as people are going down left and right, and a sneaky bomb pick as well.
With 2 down on both sides, essentially 3 down for Rising Matrix. It looks like the Nautilus is trying to do shark a little bit to keep them from getting another push off before the team respawns.
Yeah, and Fight of the Nautilus is right here as this Inkjet's gonna come out. They get an assist, which is pretty nice. This extra air, hopefully at least letting them get a little bit of advantage of the battlefield as they come back for their teammates. They've got 2 specials behind them, the Baller and the Booyah Bomb, so hopefully they can make good use of that in this last 12 seconds, plus overtime if they manage to hang on to the tower. That Booyah Bomb's gonna get thrown into the corner, nicely placed so that no one can...
Ooh.
Oh! That's
Wow, very unfortunate.
That was extremely unfortunate. I suppose that's... Don't put all your eggs in one basket, I guess. I mean, when you're all trying to get onto the tower just cooped up in that small area, a bomb can easily take multiple people out, and that looks... I'm pretty sure that's what happened right there.
It looks like everyone was getting ready to push ahead of the tower, but one little flank along the right side there came to put an end to that push right there.
Oh, really nicely played from Pulse. I did really hope to see Rising Matrix have a last-ditch push there. Unfortunately, Pulse was just there to have that not happen whatsoever. Very nice job out of both teams still.
Absolutely. Still a very back-and-forth match, to be sure.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff you like to see on stream. It's kind of boring if you have, you know, just a grand sweep. It's nice to see some action, and that's what we were given.
For sure. When you can take it to overtime, then you must be doing something right.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, if that's all you have to say on this set, we're going to be going to another quick break, and we will be right back with round 3 of Swiss, so stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds number 21, our Curse Maps edition. If you are just joining us, I am Cater, and I'm joined here today by Imad.
Yes, indeed, it is I. We'll be seeing Imitation Factor versus Heaven's Moonlight. First up on Clams, Arowana.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams' names are quite good, in my opinion. I like them. The two-part names. But yes, we've got Clam Blitz on Arowana Mall, which... Boy, it's been a while since I've seen this map mode because I avoid it whenever it comes up in solo.
Absolutely, though I will say it is not quite as painful as Rainmaker Arowana.
I would say I don't like tower control Arowana because the tower is just so tall and it makes it a lot more painful. I'm all pretty much fine with Rainmaker Arowana, but that just might be because I play Stingray weapons. I don't know.
That is true. I would say it's very much popular for the defending team, but I say it's very difficult to get anywhere close to the knockout with that choke point there.
That's fair.
But fortunately,
it's kind of like nothing matters up until that choke point, and then every single point past that choke point matters.
Oh, absolutely. But fortunately for these teams, they will not have to deal with that because it is Clam Blitz, and the basket is just ahead of that checkpoint or choke point.
Checkpoint, choke point. It depends on what map what mode we're talking about. It could be tower control, who knows? But yes, we are on Clam Blitz, and honestly, just the way this is laid out, you see so many teams just take the top route, or people in solo as well. That top route that goes around the little alleyway that goes to the side of the basket instead of underneath it. So I would not be surprised to see a lot of sneaky pushes going that way.
Absolutely. There's a lot of avenues to get to the basket, so if either team is not careful, they will definitely be some sneaky balls coming in.
Whoa, we've got a variety of weapons out here in the field. Both teams got that K-Gal, but otherwise we're seeing a Foil Flingza, we're seeing some Dark Tetras, we're seeing a heavy remix. So I'm very, very interested to see how this plays out for them, especially just with the sheer difference in these team comps. Like, all of these different weapons clashing on the field is going to be really interesting to see.
Absolutely. On the side of Intimidation Factor, we have double Booyah versus the double missiles on the side of Heaven's Moonlight.
Ooh, funky dually plays right there, and looks like we attempting to make a power clam there, but things do not go as planned as they get a couple of members jumping down them. Nice defense out of Heaven's Moonlight there, stopping what could have been a pretty big first push from Intimidation Factor there. I guess they are not going to be intimidated by the good opening, but meanwhile we've got both Booyahs coming out of them, and still they're just sharking here.
They're able to, it pays off in the end. They're able to get that pick and also making a attempt to take out the remix with a Booyah, but unfortunately the remix able to escape. I will admit that with the speed that both of these teams push the enemy basket, I honestly lost track of whose side was whose.
Yeah, me too.
But it looks like, yeah,
in a bit of a tight spot there, yeah.
Yeah, Heaven's Moonlight definitely trying to push in and take out the anchor, but the remix is able to survive just in time for two to go down for Heaven's Moonlight, and almost to a clam for Intimidation Factor.
Yeah, they're pretty close as that clam despawns. However, you still got people in mid, and it looks like this is just going to be one of those long, drawn-out stalemates where it could just be one power clam that decides the entire game, or just one power and a couple of smaller clams. You never know, especially with matches that seem to be just so evenly matched as this, where both teams just cannot find a place to push in.
And it seems like both teams are having trouble able to get enough clams to get the power clam. Intimidation Factor now rising with their clam count. It is very difficult with where the clams spawn. It's not quite where you would expect them to be. A lot of them in that lower area, which, as you mentioned earlier, makes for a very sneaky push if you take the lower route.
Nice flicks coming out of the Flingza here, getting one pick, getting another assist on both the power clams that were on Intimidation Factor. They were using that range really nicely, and now they have a clam of their own, with the basket being relatively open, saved for this one person, and they take them out, but not before they get taken out themselves. The other two people on Intimidation Factor have managed to respawn and are now guarding, so close to a push, but just not gonna get it, and we're already in the second half of our match. No points have been scored yet.
Neither team is able to really take more than one or two enemies down at a time, so there's always at least one defending player on the basket, and so that makes it very difficult to push in, especially from that great area and the alleyway.
Yeah, I mean, we really just haven't been seeing any 3 down or complete wipe situations. Neither team has been left completely exposed, which is usually what ends up leading into big clams pushes. But with that just not happening, there's just no pushes going on. Really, both teams are falling back now, gathering clams a little bit, getting specials, but they're just getting picked off of where they can really do anything huge. So it's just a back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Although we do see, looks like the juniors trying to push in with 8. Now
they got the clams.
Is this the first open of the match?
There we go! Finally, points scored. They're gonna get taken out very quickly, and I don't believe we're gonna get a follow-up as those Tetras do not have clams on them. But still, I mean, that could very well win the game, especially if this just goes back to our stalemate. And because that wasn't a huge push, they didn't commit really hard to it. Well, okay, or not, they're gonna get the jump in here as well, actually. So finally, we have a big push. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of points right off the bat. Like, that was a split second. It went from 100 to 30 now.
27, and still, these two people are still up here. They finally get taken out, but that's a huge push. Could just be a winning one there, especially because we've only got 30 seconds left for Intimidation Factor to gather clams to get specials to do something. That junior looks like they're gonna go that same route, but I believe Heaven's Moonlight is probably a little bit wiser to that now. They're gonna have to watch out, as you already see there's somebody guarding up here, and so they can't just get that pretty easy clam that they had the last time. They are running out of time. The armor has been popped. They have that power clam, but they need to get more picks than just the one on the flings. We'll have to see how this turns out for them.
We're down to the final moments. If all the teammates are able to say, like, they might be able to just open up this basket and get sent into overtime, and they do. But were they able to follow up with it? It's a question. That's 3 down for.
Oh no! I think
that's a full wipe.
Their power clam fell off the map, but they have enough of these smaller clams to keep the basket open for just a little bit longer. You see them trying to conserve their clams, but they are forced now to go back and to 5 more at only 43. If that power clam hadn't fallen off the edge, they would have probably just won the game. But as it stands, they're just not able to find enough smaller clams to make that overtime push truly count. And I mean, that is one heck of a clam blitz game right there.
Yeah, that was extremely unfortunate. They had enough smaller clams. If they were able to get that power clam, as you said, they would have gotten the lead there. But as it stands, Heaven's Moonlight going 1 up with plenty of splats all around. And honestly, that was I guess, very back and forth right up until the last minute of the game.
Well, moving on to Rainmaker on Gobi Arena, we might be seeing back and forth. We might be seeing very fast chaos. Who knows when you're in Rainmaker and on a map so little played as Gobi, where people just might not have as much, just straight up might not have as much practice on other modes.
Now with Gobi, it is a very long map, and there's several options to take, but honestly, all of them are very difficult to get past, because like every little point is going to count here.
It'd be quite interesting to see what these teams decide to bring out, especially just because, I mean, Gobi, I don't really know that map really well, again, just because of my sheer inexperience with it, and I don't know whether that's the case for a lot of players, but I feel like at least you just gotta have a little bit less experience on this map, just because it's not places. Like, Rainmaker on Gobi is just so weird, in my opinion.
It is definitely quite the odd one. Now, I would say, unlike the zones match we've seen before, there will be a lot of congestion in those upper areas, but I don't know, just trying to find a safe route for the Rainmaker is definitely the challenge. And as you said, with the inexperience, I'm very curious to see what's going to play out here.
Yeah, with all the uninkables in the way as well, sometimes the Rainmaker just has a lot of trouble even getting close to the pedestal.
Let's see, starting up on the lineup, we have pretty similar comp on both sides, although we do see
another rapid deco.
And a rapid deco as well. And that is a vanilla Is that a vanilla?
Yeah, a
roller I
vanilla
see?
roller and a rapid deco, both with Ninja Squid as well in Rainmaker, which is, I mean, I don't really expect to see Ninja Squid in Rainmaker, especially with these swim speed debuffs combined with the weight of Rainmaker, especially if you intend on carrying it. Then again, most weapons that tend to pick up that use Ninja Squid don't tend to pick up Rainmaker, but still, I mean, it just makes you slower, which is why I don't like Ninja Squid but that much. But hey, hopefully it works out well for them, I suppose.
Now, I think as I was mentioning earlier, the sharking nature of this map, I wouldn't be surprised to see it come out, but because of just the way Rainmaker plays out, there is a lot of uninkables that they have to get past before they can really get into the enemy base, so it will be, I guess, interesting to see how they're able to utilize this ability.
It's going to be Intimidation factor with first pick of the Rainmaker trying to get a push worked out here, but all four members, okay, almost all four members of Heaven's Moonlight are still out, but as I'm saying that, 3 of them go down, and they've nicely bypassed the uninkable. I believe those are the stairs there, if my memory of this map is correct, taking it all the way to 32. They've still got members jumping down on them though, so that's going to be end of it for them. But 32, a nice push, especially as they believe, it looks like they know their roots on this map, which very good for them, And so with this combined teamwork, I mean, they're just able to pick it up and continue going. That splashdown gonna take them out though, just in the nick of time. 2 down on the side of Heaven's Moonlight, but with the other 2, looks like they're retreating, and so they're just cutting their losses and leaving, which, I mean, good for them, because they've got it all the way to 16.
I was about to say, that wipe was just what they need to get a good foothold in the door, and so they have 16 points left on the board, but it's not quite out for Heaven's Moonlight.
Yeah, a nice start to the game for them. Meanwhile, this Galav here having some fun with the Inkjet. Unfortunately, I mean, I thought, it looks like they thought they were going to be able to shoot it down, but they just miscalculated just a little bit. A nice direct out of the Rapid as well. They're doing pretty well out here. Again, Rapid Deco, not a weapon that I see so often, but now that we've seen it twice in the tournament, I mean, I suppose it's got its merits.
Absolutely. I think, once again, the power of the inkjet come into play there with the Rapid's ability to get over ledges and get into places that normally other weapons wouldn't be able to reach, and still having that inkjet available, I think, is what they're going for here. I think, as we saw on Port Mackerel, many of the places that seem to be safe havens for backliners are not so much when you have a inkjet coming at you.
Yeah, as an Anchor player myself, I can very much attest to that, because, I mean, Inkjets, they go over ledges, they go over walls, they go into corners that you might be hiding in, so you can't really relax when those are around. Meanwhile, we saw some little bit of dodging from the Rainmaker, but they just unfortunately weren't able to keep hold of their life, I suppose, is that how I would phrase it. Meanwhile, we've got just another one of these pretty much back and forth stalemates, as both teams have multiple members down, and they're just fighting for mid, fighting for control of the Rainmaker. But still, I mean, there's still no points on the board for Heaven's Moonlight at all, and we're already just with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. They really have to get something done, and very soon as well. And, okay, you know what? A 3 down. That's exactly what they need. There we go.
That being said, yeah, the 3 down for Intimidation factor, and it looks like Heaven's Moonlight is picking up and making their first serious push at the match, but unfortunately the Rainmaker does go down trying to take out that right side. It seems like the last player was able to defend just enough for their team to respawn and retake the map control they need.
Yeah, that 52 did get taken out, but not before they took out the Rainmaker themselves, which is the most important part. Now both teams are just sheer force fighting over the Rainmaker shield, as we've got Intimidation factor in a nice defensive position. They have that GG Ray as well. Not sure if they're going to pop earlier, if they'll be saving it, but still, it is a nice guarantee, especially in Rainmaker. Just that Rainmaker and Tower Control, the 2 modes where if you have a Stingray, that overtime is basically over. However, the Rainmaker is going to reset, which could give Heaven's Moonlight just another chance, as they have a lot of turf control around the Rainmaker as well, and with this Siege popping their Ray, getting a nice pick with it as well, and looking for a second, there's still very much a chance for Heaven's Moonlight to take this game back.
Not only was that an excellent pick, but that was the Siege that went down, so that was their GG Ray going offline. And
very, very good.
So they have just a little bit more time, but once again, the Siege is building it back up really quickly, and it coming back out. Oh my goodness! That was a lot of specials at once. It's going to be game, I suppose, yeah. Intimidation factor able to bring it back.
I think as soon as the Siege respawned, they just painted for Ray, because how else are you gonna get a Ray that fast? But again, the beauty of Siege right now is, even though that was a crucial pick on their Ray, like you said, they were able to just respawn and instantly charge it back up.
Well, we are now neck and neck, 1 point each team, and we'll be going into the third match. Very back and forth. So far, I've been very impressed by what I've seen from these teams.
Yes, with our last match of the round is going to be on Splat Zones on Kelp Dome. Did I say... I think I put an N in there, Kelp Dome. Who doesn't love a good game on Kelp Dome? Me, I don't.
I mean, yeah, Zones is... I have to say, Zones on Kelp Dome is very interesting. Very similar to Inkling. It has a very unique obstruction in the middle of the zone, making it difficult to retake with specials such as Booyah Bomb and Bomb Rush. I think, as opposed to Raymaker on this map, it is going to be very contested, very back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, again, that just huge part in the middle, I believe the turf on that also counts for the zone, so like, you can just paint around, and I've found myself just painting around and around and around the bottom and constantly getting covered up and never taking the zone and wondering why, just because I forget that top is part of the zone.
Oh, absolutely. I completely concur. Now, the one thing, it is, honestly, it's a very square map. There's no, I guess, abnormal length to it, so it's going to be... I'd be curious to see. There's a lot of flanks to be had here, a lot of places to really anchor down and keep the enemy in their spawn. So we'll see if we have very much of a successful lockout, or if it will be very back and forth.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the map, it's basically just a square, which is, and I think it's pretty much the only map structured like that, which makes it really, really interesting. There's a lot of maps that can be described as long, but Kelp Dome is not one of them. So like you said, there's a good amount of ways to get out of spawn, but sometimes teams can just take advantage of that entire area around the drop of zone that we're seeing here on the overhead, and that's an pretty effective way to spawn camp, except for that little ramp outside. So it should be interesting, especially with the weapons that we're seeing. An Octobrush coming out, a Gold Dynamo coming out, we've got some switch-ups coming from Heaven's Moonlight, as well as that V-Jet. So, I mean, this is pretty different from what we were seeing before, and we're also seeing a Tri-Slosher come out. So, Dynamo and Kelp Dome, what will they do?
I think we can expect to see a lot of flicks over that wall there, essentially painting the enemy base without having to step foot in it at all. Be able to camp that snipe where the heavy will probably want to set up shop. Looks like the tension really going down pretty early, and we see the flank coming on the right tree.
Oh yeah, they did put all their energy into taking out that Dynamo, and that's exactly what they did. Octobrush on Heaven's Moonlight also gonna go down, leaving that K-Gal in mid basically defend for themselves, although knowing K-Gal players, they can do that pretty well. Unfortunately, they're gonna get taken out by that heavy remix there, and so Intimidation Factor's got control of the zone, as well as this remix nicely using their fall off to shut down, or at least force that Dynamo to move before being forced to move themselves by all of these missiles. However, with that rain, they're going to be able to take lead on that zone with that nice turf control that they're able to maintain.
With the missiles able to displace them from their defensive positions, and Mabuya coming in to hopefully take zone, but unfortunately 2 go down for Heaven's Moonlight, and Intimidation Factor is still maintaining control of zone as they take down past the 50 mark.
Yeah, it was quite a nice opening for them, but it feels like they're just struggling a little bit to get back, and there was a nice pick, though, out of the Nouveau, though, and hopefully they can capitalize off of that, exactly what they needed to do, as that timer was getting dangerously close to 0 for Intimidation Factor. However, with the Octobrush in Sharking here, it looks like they're going to try and do a little bit of spawn camping. That their shorter range is going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to get in, though. Once they get that turf control that they need to do the spawn camping, I'm sure they will thrive, but for now they're just getting flushed out of this zone, the spawn, excuse me, with that Booyah Bomb. Not before they can get a pick off, though.
And it looks like 2 down for Heaven's Moonlight, and Intimidation Factor are essentially be able to push the way out of zone before Heaven's Moonlight can take the lead.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
another pick there out of the remix, nicely taking down the Dynamo, which is one of the very strong points out of Heaven's Moonlight, as we were talking about before. That Octobrush has come to get their revenge, though, as they finally are able to sneak up on the remix. I mean, people are just getting chain killed left and right here. The K-Gal, unfortunately, getting taken out before they can take out the jump themselves. I mean, right now, it's just a fight for the zone at, I mean, very, very fast-paced.
As you said, Squid's going down left and right, but it looks like Heaven's Moonlight ends up with control of zone for the time being, but not before they go 2 down themselves, and hopefully the Intimidation Factor is able to get, yes they are, they're able to get it back before Heaven's Moonlight is able to tick down completely from the penalty that they are under.
Yeah, there was a nice pick though from the VJ who's got those missiles at the ready as well. We've already seen 6 missiles from them, and there's just under 2 minutes left, with this being their 7th missile of the game. I mean, Jet's pretty good at special spamming and using that extremely long range, getting also a pick with the missiles as well. That's 3 down there for Intimidation Factor, which is exactly what Heaven's Moonlight need. They have this control of the zone now. They can just, hopefully, they can lock out Intimidation Factor just long enough to have this penalty dwindle down to take the lead, as this VJet's nicely taking control of the upper areas with their longer range before they just get shut down by the Splatling. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, once again, Heaven's Moonlight is 3 down themselves, and they're able to get through the penalty, but not able to take much points beyond that. I think they were looking to get a foothold in that last push there, but unfortunately, I think with the specials and the remix able to just pave the way, they were not quite what they had in mind.
Yeah, I feel like the remix just has pretty much always been in the right place at the right time to take out whoever's trying to initiate something on Heaven's Moonlight. If I were Heaven's Moonlight, I would be really annoyed at this remix by now. However, they have not given up yet, as that penalty is finally going down. The Octobrush is going to guard that drop. As you see, the Tetras are trying to go down there, but they've wisened up and are not able to. They're getting very close to the lead, though. Tetras just not able to get to the zone in time. Is there finally is the lead for Heaven's Moonlight with only 30 seconds left in the game. Very nice job for them, and they've just got to defend this for a little bit longer in order to take the KO.
Yes, indeed. 2 to go down for Intimidation Factor with a lot of blue on the map. It's going to be very difficult to get back in, and Heaven's Moonlight takes the game for the set.
The Intimidation Factor held that for a long time, but Heaven's Moonlight pulling through on that. Very, very nice job. I mean, they held in there to the end, and that was the end that they wanted.
Mm-hmm, indeed.
Also, a combination of 13 missiles out of the Jet and the Octobrush there, so missile haven for them.
Yeah, that once again, I think they're just trying to displace that backline, and they did their job perfectly.
Yes, and with that, that is going to be it for our 3rd round of Swiss, and it is also going to be it for you and me as commentators, as we are going to be switching out on the mic. We're going to be handing it off to Magic 8 Ball and Popgun for these next few rounds. Thank you very much for IMAD. Excuse me. Thank you very much, IMAD, for commentating with me. It was very fun. Where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at IMADGamerII, or you can find me on Twitch at the same IMADGamerII. Where might they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Cater_, where I talk about a lot of the other things I commentate as I bounce around between a lot of different organizations. But yes, that's gonna do it for us tonight. Thank you all for watching, and do stay tuned as we're going to be right back with Swiss Round 4 in just a little bit. Goodbye, y'all.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Testing Grounds 21. I am Popgun, joined in the mic by the Magic 8-Ball. And Magic, I just got done playing Tower Control in Arowana Mall. Better or worse than Tower Control at Blackbelly?
See, Tower is the only mode on Arowana that is like half palatable for me. I'd say worse than Blackbelly. That's my hot take for the evening.
Oh, that we're not going to have more hot takes as this tournament goes on.
I mean, we could just feed the flames of the Twitter drama of the meta going on right now, but we have a wonderful set between two teams. Rhythm is Bad and Offbeat Performance Center. Rhythm is Bad is coming off of a very nice win from round 1, where they beat Azure, a very high-octane team, and I'm excited to see what they bring to a zany map like Tower Control Blackbelly.
Yeah, and they're going to be going up against, what is this, Offbeat Gaming, I believe is the name of this team, led by, and I believe that is a player from Seaboys, if that is, or Twice. There on the Nautilus, but once again, yeah, a couple of pickup teams here. It's looking alike, and like you said, a very strong pickup team coming out from Rhythm is Bad, as we see a Neo over here working around this right side, coming down on a advised Stingray in an awkward spot, getting a nice double there, and now pushing around that left side, getting a triple on top of that with the Nautilus player kind of forced to background the left side of their half pipe there. An interesting map. I can't remember the last time I commented on this one. The first checkpoint might be the most difficult one to get across, as they do, but now it just kind of rides far away from the enemy spawn to that second one, which is, you know, easy to clear if you have control of the enemy half pipe, which it doesn't look like they Rhythm is Bad does right now as they're forced to jump out. But yeah, you can see why this map isn't played that often.
Right, yeah. When that tower rounds that corner and goes back to that higher raised square area, it becomes very hard for... it's one of the harder checkpoints to clear when you're in terms of, like, you know, you need to be watching from a bunch of different angles, because most other checkpoints, like this checkpoint right here, all you have to do is just stand in this one spot, and it's a fight for one area of control, one very particular area of control, which is very great for things like Dynamo, but once you get around that corner, gets a lot harder. I actually like the 52 pick from Echo here. You know, it's something that's not seen a whole lot, but if you want to run Ray while you're also running Anchorless, and again, I'm feeding the flames, this is a pretty good Ray option.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you'll see in this tournament that I've kind of noticed watching the stream earlier, when we bring out these new maps like this that we haven't played in a long time, what you'll see is a little bit of a weapon change. Like, you almost never see 52 Deco being played, but obviously on a weird maps like this kind of calls for weird comps, which makes things a little bit more interesting. Offbeat Performance Center, not Offbeat Gaming. OBPC approached their first checkpoint there, instantly got denied by Lakeski, formerly of Xanadu, currently a member of Mythic. over there, still busting out those Tetras. Coming out with the light Tetras this time around, as Rhythm is Bad is now approaching that second checkpoint. Lukeski being a very annoying housefly on those Tetras. Gets a nice pick on the Tri-Slosher. As the two players are on the tower for Rhythm is Bad, and now it's just the Dynamo left alone. Can they get there in time to chase them off? It does. Echo hopping onto the tower, but not taking down the Dynamo player. Do stays alive and whaps a couple of players along with them. That's going to keep momentum on the side of Rhythm is Bad.
Oh, that definitely makes a big shift in momentum. You know, when you go from all of a sudden 3 down on the other side, and then all of a sudden you're 2 down, it just creates a giant momentum shift. And especially, like, look at the positioning. There's no blue on this map whatsoever, especially with this Dynamo already respawn, putting out so much paint, combined with the Neo Splash-O-Matic. It's so hard for them to break through. And it seems like, though they have a lot of specials up right now, Offbeat Performance Center just isn't really confident in how they're taking these fights. And it seems like they're a little bit sporadic. Like, we saw Echo die after charging a curling bomb earlier, and just little decisions like that, where you're just not focused on the right areas at the right times, can really be the big difference as we get 2 down here again on either side, as this Dynamo is in a very nice perch.
Offbeat having a really difficult time clearing that first checkpoint. It seems like whenever they're in a situation to ride the tower down that mid spire there to get to that first checkpoint, they'll lose a player or 2 in a trade, and they always get in like these 2v2 situations that just go into the favor of Rhythm is Bad. Now we only got about 45 seconds left to go here. Rhythm is Bad once again taking a stab at that second checkpoint. Getting taken down there. Neo getting a nice pick on Echo. Or not Echo, the Tri-Slosher, who gets taken down themselves, this time actually by Echo, who stays alive and is trying to ride this tower and bring it down into a death trap right there. Pulp on the Nautilus popping, Inkjet firing everything at the tower. Echo doing a good job of staying alive until the final Inkjet blast gets the kill, and with about 15 seconds left to go here, Offbeat Performance Center having a very difficult time. You see them jumping in, everybody just dogpiling onto the tower. The last player jumping out. That's going to be a game right there.
Yeah, that's going to be game. That first checkpoint just served a little bit too hard, especially with that Dynamo and the support coming in from that far angle instead of just right up front. It's kind of a hard checkpoint to clear, you know? You have to be watching from both of those sides, and it's really easy to get collapsed on, especially with the tower behind you, so you can't even back up properly. Very tough. But Pulp doing a fantastic job on that Nautilus, and Neo getting some crucial picks and a great use of the bomb rushes I saw a couple of times in that half-pipe area to just really lock it down.
Yeah, the difference in that game was really Neo's opening triple. That was the only real push that Rhythm is Bad got to get through that first checkpoint. What really slowed down Offbeat Performance Center was just they couldn't get past that first checkpoint. And you saw Rhythm is Bad didn't really do anything after they got past their first one, but just getting that initial wipe so that they could safely get across that checkpoint that's basically sitting right there in a death trap worked out to their favor over the course of that 5-minute game. But take that game out of your mind, and we are moving to Clam Blitz at Moray Towers. Let me tell you how this map works. If you get wiped at any point in this map and you don't have beacons, you lose the game. That is a fact. You cannot afford to get wiped here. It is a country mile to get back into any kind of contention to where you can make something happen in the map. So the first team to get wiped will lose this game if they don't have beacons to jump to.
Exactly. Moray, and especially because of how, like, Inklings fall, especially when you swim off ledges, like, it takes so long if you're not, like, a dually player to just drop. Right. You know, like, not even is it just, like, a ton of distance to cover, it's a ton of elevation to cover as well. Like, you cannot get back into the map efficiently without beacons, or without a backline who's going to stay very safe and actually stay alive, especially during those fights. Because especially, like, a backline's going to want to be protected the basket, right? But they can't really do that effectively and efficiently if they're not on snipe or something, and that's easily flankable. So it's a very fine line to toe. And let's see if either of these teams can do it.
if you are Rhythm is bad and you got a player like Pulp who is very flexible in what they can do from the anchor position, are we going to see an E-leader come out here? Or are they going to stick with the Nautilus to keep up the speed that we traditionally see? Instead of going with the Firefin, scoped version of the Firefin, kind of a little middle ground there, Neo coming out with the orange Inzap. You're seeing the orange Inzap being used a lot more recently. And there you go, the Octobrush Nouveau, once again with the beacons coming down from offbeat.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost a necessity, especially if you're running a comp this aggressive. I do like the missiles coming out. Bore specifically is very good for missiles. As we see, Pulp ends up going down there to a very aggressive Enzap, I believe. Look at these players just utilizing this elevation, and that's exactly right, a wipe. And here come the clams. The clam spawns on this map are all very close together, especially down in that middle area. So there's already a 50 push in 45 seconds. That's Moray clams for you, baby.
And Pulp going down again. They're having now Pulp's being forced into a situation where they have to be aggressive here just to kind of keep the bleeding from getting even worse. Nautilus player doing a good job taking down another player, but they're out of clams, so that will close up the basket. But getting very comfortable here is Chichel, who does ultimately get taken down there by Neo. But yeah, damage kind of done there. And what sparked the opening of that push was taking down Pulp. Once you take down the anchor, it's like the top comes off the defense, and you can just go anywhere that you want. And you just saw Offbeat just swarming to the basket there. And now two more players going down for Rhythm is bad. Offbeat having a very nice opening here in the first minute and a half of this match.
I actually really like the Octobrush pick here as well. They play really well off of ledges and everything, and so it's super, super easy to get a quick kill if nobody's expecting you to hop up off of that ledge. Echo here with a very good bomb rush as they have a bunch of clams coming in. I believe it's going to be the end.
GG.
I didn't even know where they came from. All of a sudden, it was 35 with 20 penalty points, and I'm pretty sure that was 5 seconds that entire penalty was gone through and the game was done.
This is why this map isn't viable for competitive. You just got Moray towered. Honestly, you get, like I said, one wipe and it's over.
Mauled.
Coconut mauled.
You just got coconut mauled.
There you go. Well, thanks to the powers of coconut malding, we are tied 1-1 in this set. And yeah, once they just found a way to take care of the backliner for Rhythm is bad, the game was basically over at that point. It was just one push, get down to 35. They never gave up control of mid because they never had to. They were basically a party in the Rhythm is bad side of the base for the entirety of that match. And now we're heading to a decisive game 3 here at Rainmaker Port Mackerel. You know what we're going to see here? We're going to see that 52 Deco come back out. That's a really good picture,
actually, yeah. Although it didn't go too well for Offbeat that first game, so maybe they might switch off of it and stick with the Splash-O-Matic. I mean, these are the game time decisions, and we'll see what they go with. 52 is a strong weapon, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I think in terms of how they're all playing, I mean, it's very clear that the all-in style from Offbeat is just hit or miss. You know, it's all or nothing, and the first game it was nothing, and the second game it was everything. And I think, again, it was probably a product of the maps and the modes. You know, Clamblets, especially on Moray Towers, is, you know, if you get wiped, you take a big hit, but tower control, you know, you can kind of ease up a little bit. It's not as punishing.
Yeah,
and so yeah.
Go on.
No, you.
Okay, what I was going to say, that was so important. You think about these guys, the players playing in these maps. It's not that they haven't played them in tournaments. You can't play these maps in scrims. If you were to pull up this map in a scrim, the other team is going to leave and flame you on Twitter for memeing on them. So this is the first time probably in about a year that any of these teams have even touched these specific maps. outside of solo queue. But here we go. Rainmaker, Port Mackerel, Yi who blasts the most Stingrays here will win, and that's why we're seeing the C-Jet coming out.
There it is. There it is again.
So here we go. And look at the builds. A lot of charge up and object shredder on both of those C-Jets. Stingray go burr. And we're going to see a lot of that. What nonsense bestows us here.
Wait, he's back? I think Lukeski wasn't moving at the start of that match, but now he's...
Are they fighting? They're playing this out.
They're playing it out. They're playing it out.
What the heck was that? Okay.
I think they were just memeing and Spawn for a little bit, you know, having a little party.
Okay. Well, they do have the advantage here. They've got a couple of picks. Rolling Offbeat Performance Center into a false sense of security, and 2 players going down now. Rhythm is bad with that Stingray. Does have the Remaker coming out here. Ultimately does get taken down with 63 remaining, and I don't know what the heck that was, but Rhythm is bad is rolling now.
Oh yeah, no, they've got the momentum, and once they start moving, I think they're gonna keep moving. That's how they were in that tower control game, and you see now they're trying to go for this Rainmaker. They're barely able to get onto it. The Jet was unable to get the pick on the Rainmaker as he picked it up, and now it's 3 down. Shigley is behind the Rainmaker. Looks like he's not going to get the shot off. This could be a knockout. Dude getting up, and he's down! That was a fantastic heads-up play from Dew, just sending it. Oh, I love good Rainmaker play.
Okay, yeah, that's good, but what the heck was... How did this happen? Like, what was that opening? They just refused to play for the first 10 seconds and won the game immediately after that. Okay, so there you go. Rhythm is bad. Hook or by crook. Found a way to win this game in dominant fashion. Rainmaker, Port Mackerel, and they take the set 2-1. You know what, Magic? It's you and me need to stop commentating together.
Yeah, no, I think this is the cursed duo.
This type of nonsense always happens when it's somebody in chat called. I didn't even see that. My bad. Iceland Puffin. Thanks for being loyal followers to when me and Magic are commentating together. That ends round 4. Rhythm is bad. Beats Offbeat Performance Center 2-1. And I think we're gonna take a break before round 5 there, unless you have anything you want to add.
I'm sorry for being the bringer of chaos. I'm sorry. That's all I need to say. Thank you everyone for joining.
Alright. We'll be back after this break. Can you smell what the Rock is cooking? Here on Testing Grounds 21, as we are bringing you Dwayne The Rock Johnson taking on Among Us. I believe a team we've had earlier on the stream, but the reason we're bringing this match here is not because both teams have a silly name, but more importantly, the winner of this one is likely going to end up in Top Cut, and the loser is going to get their Friday night started early. I am Popgun, joined still by the Magic 8 Ball, which means this can only go off the rails very quickly.
As we saw in the last set, anything can happen when us two are on the mic.
I'm laughing because I don't see what the I could look up the map list, but I'm just waiting till like the game shows me what the map list is.
Gamer, it's
Splatoon at Kelp Dome, and I'm just like, oh my lord. So the thing about this map is specials just don't work here, right? Like missiles don't work, booyah bombs can get finicky.
A little bit, yeah.
Hammer can be kind of weird at times.
Splashdown isn't really effective because of like the shape of the zone. Like rain is good here. Armor, well,
yeah.
When is armor not good?
Right.
Inkjet is actually kind of decent here. But like then you have to make sure you're out of the way of the gratings. We might see some Splatlings to take advantage of those gratings, yes. But I don't know any Splatling players for Among Us.
Yes, this is a Splatling playground. If you can just kind of hug the grates up top there and use your run speed, as we see Matthew coming out with a remix, it looks like, for the side of Among Us. And an scoped E-leader on the side of Eris. I guess they're just going to camp out on that little ledge right there, that little sniping area there. You do get kind of a good viewpoint of everything right there, but if you don't guard that right catwalk that does kind of lead to your side of the base, you will be in trouble. But one player, make that two players going down for the side of Among Us, and Dwayne The Rock Johnson coming out with an early statement here, getting control of zone, and might find a way to take down Matthew on that remix, and they do.
This E-leader build is actually kind of oppressive. With the rain, with Object Shredder to chip armor, as well as MPU, like it's just, they're going to be gunning from that safe spot all the time. Look at how much pressure they're putting on Joke right now. They already have two down. This is a very, very tough situation, and this exit point is going to be, again, contested by that E-leader who's sitting all the way back there. I actually really like this.
Yeah, and all they really have to deal with that is a couple of point sensors. Vanilla, Squiffer, and Remix, they do get control of zone here, and they do take down two players. Archer on the enemy tree area, now starting to push up, just making sure that E-leader knows that they can't just sit there uncontested on their snipe, that they are being pressured from their backside. As Archer just kind of watches and waits for somebody to come through. Nobody's coming. Now starting to push up. Does take this 1v1 who's trying their best to protect the E-leader. But while they're doing that, points are ticking away into the favor of Among Us. And it looks like they will get lead right here.
I'm actually super impressed at how far up Hoop got. And shout outs to his Squiffer play. He is a fantastic player and knows that weapon very well. He's been one of the two players who's really been able to push that weapon to its potential limits. But this team composition is very dependent on these strong frontliners in Archer and Joke, and they've been doing a very good job of it so far. I mean, look at Archer's just like not moved from this spot and completely shut down anybody trying to escape from the spawn. You can't go there. The drip pick to end it off as the timer counts down. This way is that's gonna be the game.
And a victory call from the enemy side of the map. The NZAP screamed Among Us as they go up 1-0 on Dwayne The Rock Johnson. 7 KAs from Archer there leading the pack. The Splatling not very effective, but not really necessary when the Archer's having a little personal party in the enemy side of the map. So here you go. This is essentially a play-in game for Top Cut. So Among Us wins one more here. They are likely to move on to the knockout stage. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, a little bit of a hole here, but they can bounce back in tower control at Gobi Arena. I was talking about with Gobi Arena with some of my teammates earlier today. They claim this is a Charger paradise. And
really?
I don't know about that, but if you're going to bust out E-Leader on Kelp Dome, Charger might work out well here.
I mean, yes, I can see it, but at the same time, like that E-Leader can only work so well if they're not getting flanked. And I guess because Gobi is such like a, it's a very clear map in terms of like where the enemies want to be going. There's only two paths that they can really take to try and get up to the stands, and one of them is usually being blocked by your frontliners. So it's pretty easy to call out flanks when they're happening as long as you're aware of them. So let's see how aware they are. But last time, it seemed like they just had so much trouble dealing with Archer. And if Archer can get in and, go down that long hallway and just completely harass the E-Leader, it's going to be a very bad time. Now, there's a running joke with my teammates, actually. Whenever it was League, for like a month straight when we tried to practice, it would be tower control Gobi. So we know this map mode inside and out pretty well, and I can tell you for a fact that this is not an easy map to KO on. I'm expecting to go the full 5 minutes.
And here we do see that scoped E-Leader coming back out, and Ninja Squid K-Gal as well on the side of The Rock. Whoomp sticking with that Squiffer. And no remix this time around, instead a Nautilus, so a little bit more quote-unquote traditional comp. But they're still sticking with the double point sensor. That is a VDS as opposed to the CDS they were using before. So they really want to know where the enemy players are. To make sure they got that double point sensor out. This first checkpoint, really difficult to get across. You're just kind of sitting right there in the open, and with one player down, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. But here comes the rain. The E-Leader is taken down, and they do have the Inkjet for support, and all these players left alive, so that first checkpoint falls very quickly into the favor of Among Us.
That first checkpoint can fall very quickly, especially if you get a quick opening sequence like that. But it's the second checkpoint that's going to be the deciding factor. Unfortunately, with two players down, and while they're still trying to fight, Joe coming in here with a great pincer on the enemy, firing off the missiles and dropping down with a great awareness to not get taken out. Fantastic play, and this is just a huge desync on the side of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. There's still two players left up, and it feels like it's been that way for the last two checkpoints, really. Finally, some armor guns online, and they get knocked off of tower, but Archer's staying on. He gets knocked off too. One player goes down in pop gun. I don't think that they have what it takes to keep this one from getting knocked out.
You know what shuts down that push, though? It's the stupid tower placement on this map. Okay, so they've had enough guys left alive on the plat, and they will clear this checkpoint. But the reason that's not a KO is because that tower climbs up those bleachers, and you can't easily get up there. So, yeah, and then a couple more players. 3 jumping in here. Wow, they really want to get this KO. Okay. C cleaning up there. So, do they... I think they see another player here. Maybe not, but still. That
Archer's still in the base.
Still there. What? All right. So, finally, they found the weasel in the hen house and clear that out. But now, half of the game is gone, and all of the checkpoints are as well for Among Us.
Archer's positioning was definitely a little sus there. So, after that fiasco, and half a game taken away from them, they have to get this tower, shred those specials. Yumura, very solid play on this H3, pops an armor for their team instead. And it's looking like it could be a blue map in a few seconds. A great 3-shot onto Hoof! Standing around, not doing much, and just gets sniped by that H3. This is a great play. I've never seen this player before, but I'm thoroughly impressed by this mechanical aim. That was impressive.
Yes, Yumura, I believe they've won Low Ink recently this year, but they've moved on to be very, very good H3 player. Obviously, we saw them do a good job there, but Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson not able to kind of capitalize off of all those nice picks and positioning that Yumura was holding down there. Cowgirl gets taken down by the Inkjet player here as Woof dies onto the tower, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be really difficult for Among Us to get the KO here, even though they don't have any checkpoints to work with. It just takes a long time for that tower to maneuver up the bleachers area. So instead, it's probably just going to be more of a bleed the clock out kind of scenario. And when you got a Nautilus this far behind, turn around, there's a Nautilus on your side of the map a little too late. And now there's a party on the enemy side of the map as the Nautilus just goes around the world. And now it looks like they're circling right back to go up there yet again as Among Us is threatening to get the KO.
And mechanics can't save you from bad positioning and a little bit of lack of awareness as Hoof is going to ride this tower. The last one left alive, can Cowgirl with the pick? Yes! They stop it just barely, but I mean this quite literally. Among Us could feed and get like 2 kills for the rest of the game and be fine. Dwayne The Rock Johnson needs to get a wipe and use their specials effectively to get the picks. And they do get a pick onto Archer, but it needs to keep rolling.
Yeah, I mean, these are 3 difficult checkpoints to get across, and they have to do them all basically in one push. It's going to be difficult to do with Woof over here getting very nice picks. Caught off back on this back area. If they, I'm about to say, if Woof could get a trade, that would be very good there for Among Us, but still, Gamora able to get the pick, does find this one player off on their own, does take down Archer, and now here you go, missiles coming out here, 2 players down on the side of Among Us, Gamora forced to jump off of the tower because of the missiles, everything getting thrown in, including all those point sensors, and The Rock in a kind of a position here to clear this first checkpoint, if anything at all, as Whoop's still on top of that bleachers, and here's where they're going to lose control of the tower, because that tower is going to go up there, and they don't have anybody to support it, and that's the thing. If you're not moving with the tower up that left side of that plat, then the tower's just going to go up there by themselves, and there's no way for you to get up to those bleachers with it. Ultimately, a good push, but it's too little too late as Among Us wins the set, even though we will still play a third game. Woof! With 17 KA, I can guarantee you that wasn't all point sensors and armor. Those were all direct shots.
Is a fantastic player. In those clutch situations on tower control, I really don't see a lot of people just stepping off of the tower. If they had stepped off and had people like pointing their lasers in the direction of where people were going to try and jump down and just like waited a second, that's a completely different game, right? Because they take a breather, they get another chance to get a couple of picks, they don't walk right into the enemy territory without getting a little bit of paint down, without getting some more time for specials and everything. It's just something that I really don't see a lot of players do, but it's something that is almost a necessity if you want to try and clutch those tower control games. So there's my nugget of advice for all the youngsters in the chat.
Yeah, if you're, for those of you who are going to be playing the Tower Control Gobi Arena map, which you might play 2 weeks from now, since all maps are available in the Nintendo tournament, there's a little magic tidbit of information for you. But hey, put on your hiking boots, boys and girls. We're going to Camp Triggerfish to play Clam Blitz. As it looks like we, one player, okay, nobody's subbing out. We just have a little bit of an issue with the player getting back in, but all the players are loaded up back into this lobby, and we're going to play one more. Keep in mind, Among Us has already won this set, but we're still playing for pride here. This is Dwayne The Rock Johnson not going to go down without a complete fight, as has been kind of known for Stingray. It's known for losing some frames at times, depending on how many specials get popped. It's a very weird map, but it perfectly fits the bill for what this testing ground is going for. And yes, if you're wondering why all these maps are bad, that's the joke. Trust everyone is aware that these maps are bad. Trust me. This is the theme of the night.
If they can't figure that out, I'm just going to direct them to r/whoosh. Clams, I've seen Clams Camp be considered decent at times. Like I've got people on both sides of the aisle who say like, oh, it's not that bad. Like it's kind of fun. Like especially with the bridge and everything, it's not that bad. Oh, and then I've also seen people say, like, oh, the clam spawns are not great, and it's such a funnel towards the basket, which, like, yeah, I mean, those things are true. So depends on what kind of players that we're going to see. I think that with just the completely aggressive style that we're seeing from Among Us, that they're just going to probably steamroll, get a spawn camp going, and just tear down the walls of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
They can smell what this team is cooking here. So yeah, here we I guess if you're gonna bust out E-Leader the last 2 games, you can bust it out here as well. This is one of those maps where if you just kind of sit on your wall and keep your elbow protected, that you can be very comfortable up there, depending on what kind of specials get thrown your way. But a scoped E-Leader, if they're going to use it the other ones, why not use it right here? Of course, you lose a little bit of mobility with Clam Blitz, but we're talking about a little bit of a different animal here in Camp Triggerfish that you're used to seeing from a traditional Clam Blitz mode in tournaments. Game 3, CDS coming back out here. That is a Blobobbler in a tent. No E-Leader found on the side of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Instead, it's a vanilla bathtub combined with a Nautilus and Inzap, and no point sensor on the side of Among Us either.
And that was an all QR bathtub. I just want to throw that out there. This is all QR. This combo of tent plus blob is going to be ridiculously hilarious if they can pull it off. Unfortunately, the tent goes down on the right there very early on, but these walls combined with the tent shield and just like having the blobs just pour out from behind them, I can see that working. I like the idea. I like the theory crafting.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what testing grounds for is for ideas like this to see if they can work out. But again, you got to think they probably have never practiced this specific map and mode. This is kind of just treating this like a scrim. A lot of these teams should be, but 2 players going down there, make that 3 is just the bathtub, the Blobobbler left alive, and now there's going to be a party as everyone coming down the spine of Triggerfish, and you got these multiple angles that you can score from. Even though you're going right up front, you can still get some elevation on that right side. You can still cut around and go through the Rainmaker pedestal, and you can push up and basically spawn camp, keep the enemy away from the basket. That's another issue with this map, as the basket stays open longer. Almost 8 more clamps coming in there, but a nice pick. Yumura, who's been landing a lot of nice directs on the H3, switching to the tent, does shut down the push, but 70 points scored in that opening push for Among Us.
Something tells me that Yumura doesn't normally play tent, and I can't put my finger on it, but just dying to those bombs earlier and just the way that everything happened, I feel like they're a very solid player mechanically. Wait, no, don't throw the clams. Okay, they threw them. Okay, you can't score a clam if you're holding hammer, and so I don't know why they popped it there. This whole game is kind of just crazy.
That was, yeah, and it looked like that they threw the clam over the tent player when they were coming down there. That's why I thought they didn't, but they ultimately, the clam just kind of gravitated its way towards the tent player there. So they're able to pop the basket. Didn't get a whole heck of a lot of points out of it, but does cut into the lead of Among Us a little bit. And they're still in a good situation here. A lot of purple in the map. They do have the man advantage. Whoop kind of caught on their own here. Does make a power clam. Pop Armor trying to stay alive. Is going to ultimately lose their life and the power clam to Eris, who does get the kill with the Inzap, but it's still, you see the Nautilus kind of following up and taking charge, pushing the enemy players back onto the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson side of the map with about 2 minutes left to go here. This map is going to be turned green very quickly as you see them starting to lose control of that right side, avoiding the Booyah Bomb. But yeah, you see them working to both sides right there. You don't just have to go down the spine, the middle of the map. Joke doing a good job of taking control of the sandbag area and works their way into the basket from there. It pops the basket, and with only 3 players up, they do have a lot of clams. So they find a way to get these 2 power clams in there. Archer from the a fadeaway, yelling Kobe from the shot right there, makes the basket, ultimately adds about 5 points to their overall total. With about 1:30 left to go here, they might have lost too many players, honestly, because this map is going to turn purple rather quickly.
It is, but I don't know if they have the pushing power. I mean, they've got the tent shield, they've got the rain going online, they caught out Joke, and this is 3 down on the side of Among Us. Here come the power clams. This could be a really, really big push. they keep the momentum moving, a Nautilus fight goes the way of Among Us. Tower clams do come in, but unfortunately those are going to be jumped-in clams, and they're just going to be throwing away their lives. Yumura gets a great pick, but is unable to follow it up because there's not enough time on the basket timer. And that is going to leave a minute left, and this game is a lot closer than it should be. I mean, that's 2 power clams, and you tied the score.
Yeah, all they have to do is pop the basket. They'll eliminate all their penalty points right here. But 2 players going down, and this is not where you don't want to be in a defensive situation right here, because they could get KO'd very quickly, especially with all these clams that can be gathered by Among Us. We see Joke working around this left side in a 1v1 with Yumura, and Yumura gets the win. Now turns their attention back to the players that are jumping into the spine of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. They do pop the basket. They don't add any permanent damage to the scoreboard just yet. Sleepy doing a good job of keeping players at bay, and they do stop the push, but it is going to be an overtime situation right here if they want to get the win here. Throwing the ink wall, camping the jump in, does get the kill on the Inkjet, but they're running out of time. They're throwing the tent shield, they're throwing the bubbles right behind it, and they do have the clams that they need to get the lead here. It's just a question of, can they get there in time? They need to push through here. The power clam can't make it through that tent shield that is getting everything thrown at it, all the specials, all of the bombs, and they hold on just long enough to keep Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson at bay. Among Us wins the set 3-0 in what was a very entertaining and maybe one of the last Clam Blitz Camp Triggerfish games you will ever see on a tournament such as this.
If you want to understand how to stop Tent from being so oppressive, literally that. Just like stand on the wall and throw bombs at it until it can't move forward. It's not that hard. Tent is not that strong anymore because of that. Just throw bombs at it. Use lethal bombs if you're going to be facing a 10 player. That's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Regardless, I do want to point out Yumura, a very impressive across that whole set, even though it was in a losing effort, 0-3 to Among Us. But yeah, H3 Tent working very solid there.
Oh yeah,
Dwayne "The Rock."
I saw some fantastic flicks with that Tent in that last game. I mean, just insane. I've never seen someone control their one shots like that, except maybe Primo. Primo was pretty solid, but I would say it was akin to that.
And that will do it for Swiss stage of this tournament. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break so we can do seeding for Top Cut, and Magic and I will bring you round 1 of Top Cut coming up next here on Testing Grounds 21 on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Testing Grounds 21. The next round does not begin in 5 minutes. It actually begins right now. Apologies to those of you who will be joining us 5 minutes from now as you get back from getting your popcorn or bathroom break. But we are live in Top Cut, and we're going to be bringing you guys Azure versus Tenta Fanclub.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be a good match. Vortex, Tenta, no, they're all great players, but of course, I always bring it home for the 32-inch LCD TV. You know, can't wait to see these two teams clash it out. Pop gun. We're going to be seeing some Rainmaker Arowana Mall.
I keep forgetting that the theme of the tournament, and then it transitions to the screen we see that you guys don't, which is them in the lobby, and I just see Rainmaker Arowana Mall, and it just gets me every time, the nonsense of this. Okay, so what? It's getting over that little hump that goes into this, like the little crevice of God right there that you gotta get past, like this.
The gates.
the gates to heaven. Okay, so here we go. Another good Stingray map as we see coming out with the Blob Obbler. No surprises there from Pika, obviously. Azure. Also with the
5K. The 5K. Yes, dude. The sub power up K Luna.
With the fizzy bombs that are going. Wow, look at the distance on that sucker.
It's more range than Annihilator.
Wow, okay. Two players immediately going down for Azure as Mudcup is kind of forced to back up right here. Does have some rain to work with. But yeah, it really comes down to, a nice play by somebody off on their own. I believe that was the Nautilus up there. But Mudcup doing a good job of cleaning up, getting a few more picks as well, keeping this Rainmaker at bay. But yeah, the real question here is, can either team get past those gates? The very difficult archway right there that is so hard to get across, and there is a Stingray on the side of Tenta Fanclub. If they can find a way to get a lead, that Stingray is going to be very beneficial if they can find a way to hold on to it.
Yeah, but they used it right away right then, and now Mudcup's going to pick up this Rainmaker, probably just gun for it, make sure they get at least the lead. Here comes the Rain and the Inkjet, one going down, unfortunately, but Toast and Mudcup just barreling through here. Seemed like Tenta Fanclub was not even in position. They were off fighting whatever. I mean, Azure is just very great at creating distractions, making sure they're fighting on all sides. And especially with this blob up on this top left area, probably going around into the alleyway and then just sloshing down. Yeah, look at that. He's getting distance all the way over there. I mean, it's just the ideas that these gamers have are just insane. Unfortunately, ideas can only get so far. Going 4 down does not help your case. And this is going to be a great push for Tenta Fanclub.
Yeah, Tenta Fanclub, a very skilled team here. Obviously, a pickup team here, very strong. They've gone 4-1 in this tournament. I believe they are the number 3 seed here in this top cut. Trying to hold onto this spot and advance to the next round. But to do that, they're going to need to get this win against a very experienced Azure team that holds a lead. I think a lead you shouldn't feel comfortable with on a map like this, especially with still over half the time left to go here. But 2 players going down. The Rainmaker able to find a way to sneak around, but not add any points. So just kind of a time waster as Vortex gets a very nice pick on the bathtub and starts pushing down, getting a position here to where they can create space for the Rainmaker to work with. Vortex just kind of popping this Inkjet, keeping both sides of the map at bay. And this is kind of a little tricky map. You know, you want to control both the left and the right side. Maybe more importantly, like the bridge area to like the left of your own spawn if you want to make a push going. Because if you control those on the defensive side, you can just kind of rain down that valley there in mid and hold control of it. So it's going to be difficult for Tenta Fanclub to push through that with all these Azure players getting into the right position they need to defend.
Yeah, exactly. And you saw that they took the Rainmaker up here, actually, which I thought was pretty interesting, but since they had control of it, they might as well. And especially, you know, like you said, going into that, to Death Valley, essentially, you know, it's such a hard place to push. You know, you can get some sneaky plays, sure, but you have to get consistent picks. And Azure has not been finding those, quite honestly. You know, especially with pumping out these rays, pumping out these armors. It's so hard to make moves when they don't have specials like that of their own. They do have the bubbles, but those bubbles haven't been used as effectively as I would have liked them to seen so far. Here they come one more time. But it seems like he has no backup. One going down on the side of Tenta Fanclub, and Noob able to get another quick pick onto Vortex. That's huge. Vortex has been putting in so much work. Mudcup unfortunately going down, it looks like, to the Jet Squelcher, and now it's 2v2, and Azure is looking to make one more giant push.
Wow, that nice pick there on by the Inkjet here, 32-inch LCD TV, as the Rainmaker's now starting to add more points to their lead. Any little points that you can add at this point is going to be very beneficial for Azure, even if they don't get the KO, but they're losing a lot of bodies in this process. The problem is it just takes so long for that Rainmaker to get back over your hump, especially if it's not painted properly. It can take a little time. A nice pick there by Jess on Pika. That is going to open up this right side. We do see the Nautilus up over there, and a lot of players, it seems a little bit of a confusion of what to do right now. They're in control of mid, but they don't really know what areas they need to control where. It just seems like they're all just kind of huddling around the Rainmaker, and a nice pick on Noob, but yeah, just a little bit of lack of coordination of where they want to go right now.
Yes, there is, but if they can get some good picks by waiting it out, it could end up working out. Unfortunately, there's 4 alive on the side of Azure right now, but yeah, it seems like they aren't moving up and taking control of the areas that they need to. They aren't finding their ways up into these higher areas to combat the elevation changes of Arowana Mall. They're going up into this left-hand side to prevent themselves from getting shot at too quickly, and Luna's able to get a great pick. They drop down. The Fizzy Bombs are coming in, and so is the Rain. The Blobber is there. They've got 35 seconds left. The Double Rain is not going to be able to take them out. There's 2 down on the side of Azure. They just need to run for it. No Azure's going to go for it right now. There's not enough paint, though, and barely Mudcup's able to get the pick to take out the Rainmaker. Holy cow, I thought that was looking grim for Azure.
You know, we didn't get a full view of Mudcup, but it seemed like they were just standing up on those little gates up top there, chucking fizzy bombs from halfway across the map. And when the Rainmaker got into the position to where Mudcup could just drop down and land the direct, it was over. And of course, Pika lobbing those bubbles over the top as well, just to weaken the Rainmaker on top of that. So a nicely played, nicely defended by Azure, knowing exactly what kind of lead they had, where the Rainmaker, where they could sacrifice the Rainmaker getting to before they lost control of lead, and pouncing on it just perfectly. So a good defense there by Azure.
Oh, yeah.
As they take this 1-0 lead in this best of 5 set. And now we're heading over to tower control at Walleye Warehouse. Personally, I like this map. I mean, it's fun. It's small. Obviously, it's massively smaller to Arowana Mall, but Stingray, you can spawn camp the other team with Stingray in this map. The problem is the spawn here. It's such a bottleneck to get out of, and you can kind of cheese the team. If you get a wipe and get up in the enemy's base, you can kind of cheese them in an embarrassing way.
I mean, everybody remembers the F2 win, the Walleye Warehouse spawn camp Twitter drama.
Leave, though, bless their heart.
Oh my gosh, it was so funny. But yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly right. I personally have a very storied history with this map. I cannot play this map. I don't understand it. I have historically done so horribly on defending on this map. I just can't do it. So I might take everything that I say in this game with a grain of salt. But we are going to be seeing Ray again on the side of Tenta Fanclub with pretty much the same composition, it looks like, whereas Noob switching over to the vanilla Dually Squelchers with last-ditch effort. But again, we do see the Luna with the sub power-up.
You know, we see BDS being used a lot now, across a lot of more tournaments now. It seems like BDS and the Orange Inzap are starting to get a lot more love than what they have in the past, and 2 players going down from Azure as this first checkpoint, not the most difficult one in the world to get across, especially with this Stingray that you have to assist, but the bathtub works out really well here. And oh, surprise, there's a player sharking around that left corner that you weren't aware of. They do a good job of taking them down, though, and 3 players going down on the side of Tenta Fanclub, with Vortex forced to back up, staying alive, at least for now, before jumping out. But damage done. They do clear that first checkpoint. And they might lose it right back here, especially since they're not going to have a Stingray to work with. But who needs a Stingray when you have a main weapon who can get a shot? Does get taken down themselves, but another play for Azure goes down as Jess trying to hold down this position very close to the Rainmaker, hugging all of those walls now, and wants to respect, very good, wisely respects the power of Pika on that Blobobbler, and is just going to stay safe. But they do save that checkpoint, at least for now.
At least for now, but again, that's 2 down, and just like that, you're thinking you're fine, but that's what's so hard about Splatoon, man. You think you're okay, you think your position's safe, you say, okay, we held it off, but the resulting position just might end up being losing after you stabilize, and you might not even realize it. But teams like Azure, who have the specials, who have everything that they need to tear down those defenses, once they get that first push, they can capitalize off of the second, and it's going to be a knockout after this. I mean, look at how far up they are. Look at how far Pika is, hiding behind there with the wall, able to put out a ton of chip damage with Noob. They're going to lose the tower for a little bit, but this is going to be curtains.
Yes, it does. The last player left alive, stuck behind the tower, can't get to it. And an avalanche falls in the warehouse as Azure steamrolls their way past the first checkpoint and just coast to a 2-0 lead over the number 3 seed Tenta Fanclub, who now has their backs up against the wall and has to win 3 in a row. The Blobobbler top fragging with 7 KA, obviously working out really well in that map, doing a good job of shutting down the alleyways and being very aggressive with it. The first thing you don't want to see when you're coming out of your spawn in a very narrow bottleneck that it is leaving your spawn is a Blobobbler just raining bubbles up into your face.
I've seen a lot of talk, specifically from Pika, about a Bloblobber and how it should be used, and whether, and you know, people say like, oh, it's a pseudo backline, I don't want to use it with backlines, and Pika agrees to that, but it can be used very aggressively and effectively aggressively, even though at the beginning of this match, he was the first one that got cut out over in the corner on left side. You know, he got double teamed, and then that was that. And if you're not careful, it can be very punishing, especially for something like Blob. But if you're good with it, like Pika is, and if you understand its advantages and disadvantages, then you're going to lean towards, you're going to have like a 60% fight win rate, and you're going to avalanche it and get into those positions where it's almost impossible to break through. And Pika does that very effectively. We're getting right into this next match, which is going to be a Clam Blitz Skipper Pavilion. And if this map, if Azure is known for any map, it is going to be this map.
We see an X-Splosh coming out from Tenta Fanclub to try to counter. I don't see... we don't see this map a whole heck of a lot, but X-Splosh is just going to camp up there and I assume just going to try to control the top portion of this map. So what's interesting about this map is you score from the top most of the time, but all the clams spawn at the bottom. And 3 players at the go down, the last player up top there, so it looks like Tenta Fanclub can try to make a push from the bottom. Pika gets a nice kill, but they're trying to rotate back up top there. It looked like they had a free lane down at the bottom, but ultimately just trying to get control. Regardless, you do want to control that middle area of this map. If you control the spine and it's just like a free highway, you can basically transport up and down as you need to go, because how you work here with your teammates is very important. But very nice play there. Just moving up the spine, finding an open gap up top and moving to get the score. But are they going to add onto this? They do, jumping in with another power clam and getting 2 power clams in there. And it looks like they won't be able to find a way to get any of those other clams in there. So a decent push to start things off. But here's where we've seen Azure rebound in the last couple of games.
Oh, 100%. It seems like they just haven't been consistently starting off great, but they've always been able to just, say, okay, we're here now. We've got bubbles. We're about to break into your base. Sorry, Pika's in front of you guys and chipping you away at you, and this bubble is going to burst and get all of you. Look at the damage. 2 going down to that bubble. Unfortunately, it's only Toast left alive, but Toast gets a pick anyways, and he's going for a third, and that's a wipe on both sides, and it's going to reset to neutral. And unfortunately, Azure needed 1 more clan to get the lead, but I'm sure they're going to get it back soon enough.
I can't believe that bubble pop didn't get a triple right there. Instead, it just kind of weakened enough players for the Nautilus to come in and clean up. But all of the momentum is on the Azure side of the map right now. You see there's a lot of this orangish yellow color advancing onto the alpha side of the map. Noob popping those bubbles to escort the power clam in there. But a nice pick by Vortex, getting the kill through the bubbles. Now Mudcup stuck in there, and Mudcup weaving their way through and gets the throw off. It might not be enough to get lead, as we do see Toast, I believe you said, that is the Nautilus player, trying to work around that bottom side. Ultimately isn't going to risk their life to try to get that power clam. Wise decision. But man, Tenta Fan Club, they got the lead right now, but you get the sense they're the team that's losing this.
Oh yeah, no, I look, this Explosion can barely contest this Blob Lover. And it's basically consistently a losing matchup, especially with the wall and everything and how Pika's been able to play it. The Baller, though, is able to get a good chunk of Pika's health after the play. But again, just the bobbing and weaving, and now there goes Vortex because he was alone on the top side because the Explosion went down, and now the Avalanche is coming. Here comes Azure. Here comes the bubbles. Here comes Mudcup with some great movement and plays, and that is going to be the lead. 29 points of lead, and Mudcup able to get an exit frag as well. And just the coordination is immaculate. I think that they don't mean to be popping these bubbles so early. I think that's unintentional. Usually they like leaving those bubbles up, but they know what they're doing.
You know, Azure sacrificed a lot of bodies to get that lead, but they didn't give up anything, because as soon as Tenta Fan Club picked up the Mercy Claim to get something going, two players immediately die. They can't even get out of their own side of the map right now, and surely they can do it right here with three players going down. Pika guarding the top way. Ultimately does get taken down. It looked like we're going to get the kill there on Stan Aluna, the X-Splosh here, who is starting to put a lot of paint down on the enemy side of the upper area right up top there. So here we go. Can they work both sides? Can they guard up top? Oh, I didn't even know you could jump right there, but Noob ready for it. Takes down the X-Splosh, who was raining down a lot of bullets into the enemy base, and two more players going down right here. Man, it's getting really difficult to see a path for how Tenta Fan Club can come back right now, because Azure just looks, like you mentioned, way too comfortable on this map for whatever reason.
They're so comfortable on this map. There's a story, I'll tell it after the game, but these players know exactly how to play this map mode because they've studied it, because they understand the mechanics of Clam Blitz, and because they understand how to use their positioning to their advantage. But Vortex might be able to get a good flank here. Unfortunately, there's two going down to the other side of the map. Pika does go down. That's 2v2, but Toast getting a fantastic pick, but Vortex able to pick it up, and now there's three power clams that Toast is trying to juggle, and he finds Mudcup dancing around in the ink, and there's 20 seconds left to try and score this thing. They have to run with those three power clams to try and get this power clam, to try and get this lead. Here goes Vortex online with the Inkjet. Just going down, and that's another one going down. Has to drop down.
There's no way.
There's no chance. It's just such a tight bottleneck. And Azure with the 3-0 advances to semifinals in Testing Grounds 21.
You know, they had all the tools they needed to get the lead right there. They had, like, I believe, like, all four players basically had a power clam with them right there. The difference is they all four tried to go up top, which they had to. They had no choice. They were out of time. They had to rush up top. Pika just threw down an ink wall right there, which basically blocks that whole thing, and the push is done. I mean, and then you just back that up by throwing blobs behind that ink wall. The inkjet was a good idea to try to clear out people behind it, but didn't get the picks they needed. Ultimately went swimming with the inkjet, and that is all she wrote for Tenta Fan Club. And Azure, like you said, moves on. So tell us real quick before we sign off, why is Azure so good on that map and mode specifically?
Because they didn't understand. This was like way early on in Azure's history, but they were struggling with Clam Blitz Skipper, but because they didn't realize, they didn't have all the knowledge, right? But eventually, with the help of, I believe it was Lily, if I'm remembering the story correctly, Lily showed them Oatmeal Dome's website about how the clam spawns work, and how it's mirrored on each side, but then all the clam spawn are at the bottom of the map. And after that, they studied it, they grinded it out in scrims, they found a strat that worked, and now they're just the kings of that map mode.
And there you go. They flexed it right there. Obviously looking very comfortable from start to finish, even when they were in a little bit of a hole early on. That's going to do it for Tenta Fan Club, and we are going to bow out with them as we transition into a new set of commentators for semifinals and grand finals of this cursed tournament. We're going to be, I believe it is Alias and Sap who are going to be taking over for us to close this out for the night. But that is it for me, Pop Gun, and Magic 8-Ball. Magic, where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitter at magic_octo, Twitch on twitch.tv/magic8_ball. Pop, where can the people find you and your famous podcast?
You can find me on Twitch at PopGun25 or Twitter at Mr_PopGun, not to be confused with my wife, who isn't Mrs_PopGun. I don't even know what her Twitter handle is. Oh well. Let's sign off before this gets more awkward. Semifinals coming up next here on Testing Grounds 21 on IPL.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Testing Grounds. We are here for the top 4 with Luau versus Pulse. How are you feeling tonight, Alias?
I'm doing well, Skep. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's go.
Yeah, so for those of you who are just tuning in, this is Testing Grounds, where we do, we like to get a little bit crazy, a little bit wacky. And we have a very special twist for you all tonight. We get to play on some maps that I don't know why they're not legal. Like, I mean, just look at this beautiful lineup of maps.
Absolutely. We're starting with Tower Control Blackbelly, which actually happens to be one of my personal favorite maps. I know a lot of people are going to hate the fact that I just... But TC Blackbelly, definitely looking forward to seeing what Luau and Pulse can pull off there and what interesting comps that they will bring to the table.
Yeah.
And then we're following up with Clambit, Schellendorf, Splatstones, Triggerfish, Rainmaker, Kelpdome, the notorious map, and Tower Control Arowana, which, let's be honest, has been in the solo queue rotations almost every day lately.
I don't know why. Why has it been there for so long?
I don't know.
It feels like these maps have just stuck in solo queue forever, and I don't know why they're here. But I do know why they're here at this tournament, and that's to give you all a fun time watching this, as we just go ahead and jump right into Game 1. Luau versus Pulse on TC Blackbelly.
And it actually looks like they're pulling out pretty decent comps here, and by decent I mean standard comps. We got juniors on both sides, we got a Foil Flingza, a Carbon Roller Deco, and a Splash. And then on the other side, we have the Nautilus, the Junior, sorry, got confused there, the K-Gal, and the L3 Nozzle Nose, if I recall correctly. Sorry, I have a hard time telling those apart. And we do have two going down on the side of Luau over here, and yet another going down on the side of Luau, as Pulse manages to take pretty significant control of mid here. This is a game of taking control of top mid on TC Blackbelly. Whoever has control of top mid probably has the edge in the game here, and Pulse is beginning their push.
Yeah, having that Nautilus established up there is definitely going to help out a lot, especially given that they already have their special ready. Going to go ahead and pop it right here to try and advance the tower forward. Inkjet trying to find a few, not going to find any until that pick on Surskit, but doing a great job of driving the rest of Pulse back. However, Florian, in a bit of a sticky situation, has to deal with some bombs and both of these rollers attacking them on this top mid. Bringing the double rollers is definitely a very interesting choice. Definitely something that I could see being done just for Blackbelly. And right now it seems to be working out fairly well, as they get 3 down on the side of Pulse and just the Junior left, and they'll jump away.
Absolutely, and this is a map where you really have to focus on pushing the enemy back past this area right here near the first checkpoint. If you can't push people back, they're just going to continue swarming top mid, trying to take control of it there. And Pulse did a great, Luau did a great job of pushing Pulse there, and they're fighting down out for this flat area here.
Pulse trying to answer back from that lead that Luau just took. Roller on top mid, definitely going to make a bit of an impression right there. He finds the pick on the Junior, so Pulse probably going to have to wait a little bit before trying to push in, letting the Junior get themselves reestablished. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Neosplash and Matic going to go down as well. So Luau able to sort of keep Pulse from in mid,
Pulse
but
pulling the lead here. Yeah, that Booyah Bomb did a pretty significant... That Booyah Bomb did a pretty significant job of forcing the enemy back, allowing Pulse over here to work down that second checkpoint. They're pushing down that lead. It looks like they're going to definitely get it past 40, and they do, but they do have one down on both sides. That Booyah Bomb is just going to come in clutch there, getting another kill, and it looks like they are on their way towards that KO as 2 more people go down on the side of Luau, and that would be game.
Yeah, Luke just finding one more pick to seal it for Pulse. So they'll go up in the set 1-0 over Luau. And I think next we're going to go for one of the more relatively normal maps in this round. I think it's Clamblitz on Schellendorf Institute, but I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, it is Clamblitz Schellendorf, and I will say that Booyah Bomb and that Inkjet did a fantastic job of keeping pressure on the enemy and using their specials smartly in order to apply pressure.
Yeah, just really well-timed specials coming out from Pulse to really establish a lead right there. Meanwhile, on Clan Blitz Schellendorf, it's another one where specials can really play into effect, especially when you have to find a way to take control of the glass up on top of the map. There's an element of verticality that, because of the inability to refill ink right there, is definitely something that a lot of maps just don't have. So I'm very interested to see how Luau and Pulse are going to handle this.
Absolutely, it's definitely a very unique map. There's tons of overhead cover to shield yourself from specials, especially missiles, which are very popular in the meta right now. There's many places for you to get cover there. I'm very curious to see what kind of comps both teams pull out. Do you have any unusual weapons that you like to play on Schellendorf?
Not on Schellendorf specifically, but I am one of those people who just has a secret love for the Kenza Gluga dualies. There's absolutely zero logic behind it. It's just one that I think it stems from me playing custom dually squelchers and just like going from a weapon where I can throw bombs and roll once and then all of a sudden I just can't do anything else to just, I can just throw bombs wherever now.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been hearing Glugas have been doing pretty well in comp lately, and I look forward to seeing more of them.
I've been noticing that they're getting an uptick, and that makes me really happy. I think, was it the Gluga, or the gold ones? I forget what their actual name. Deco, yeah. Didn't they do really well in a zone?
Ooh, look, the Deco Glugas are coming out.
Hey.
Speak of the devil, we got some Gluga Deco Ghoulies on the side of Luau. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they pull off there. They both still do have armor. It doesn't look like much has changed in terms of the comp, except the Glugas do go down, and so does the splash on the side of Luau. Pulse is going to wisely use this time to push the remaining members of Luau further back towards their spawn. A third does go down, so now you have 3 members coming out of spawn, and Pulse gets the first clam in the basket within the first 30 seconds of the game. That is quite an impressive opening push, and they even managed to toss in a full power clam within the first minute of the game. What a fantastic opening push.
Yeah, the range of the custom dually squelchers right there really coming into effect, able to drive back a splatling just because of the weird timing that ensued because of glass. And because of that, Pulse was just able to take advantage of the player disadvantage on the side of Luau and just push even further.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get those first 2 picks and you're 4 up, the smart decision definitely is to rush the remaining opponents. And that's poor Splatling over there on right side is just all by themselves as they get taken out by 2 members of Luau. And Luau scores again.
Yeah. Pulse going to go ahead and get a power clam into the basket. I don't think they're going to be able to find anything else off of that, but just the fact that they're able to keep driving Luau back is doing wonders. Luau just can't find an opening to push up with a power clam of their own.
Yeah, absolutely, and more importantly, finding enough clams on the map in order to make that power clam and make a successful push. Pulse goes in for yet another clam. They do clear away their penalty, so any points that they score from here on out are theirs to keep, and they do score. They have 5 remaining clams. They can choose to keep this basket open if they manage to score, and they do! Oh my, is this heading for a KO? They have 0 clams and 3 points left to score, and that would be game.
Yeah, Luke just able to sneak up there, get the single clam before dying, and that just let the basket stay open long enough for Pulse to find the KO.
What a fast clams map, and you have to wonder whether or not it was the comp or whether or not it was the map.
Yeah, I feel like it was one where the comp definitely played into the strengths that you can get from the map. Just taking advantage of the range and mobility that the map allows that some others don't quite allow for as much. Just doing a really good job of using, like, playing into the map's strengths as opposed to just sort of trying to use a more normal comp on the map. And granted, I don't think Luau was especially trying to use what we'd consider a normal comp, given that they did bring out the Deco Glugas, but either way, just really well played by the side of Pulse.
Absolutely, fantastically played. That opening push was jaw-dropping, absolutely. And we are moving on to Splat Zone's Triggerfish, one of my personal favorite maps.
Yeah, we were having an argument about this right before we went on. Shoutouts to 8-Ball for taking my side on this.
Well, now you all have to suffer through it with me.
Oh, I'm not going to be suffering through it. This is funny as a spectator. As a player, I absolutely despise this map mode combo. But as a commentator, it's fun to just see how different teams approach this.
Absolutely. Given that the far side is so physically separated by the rest of your teammates, you really do have to be spread out, and each member of the team has to be able to hold their own, both offensively and defensively. Because typically, people are either going to be going 2 and 2 on each side, or having somebody on the home base and 3 on the far side. You really have to be able to rely on your teammates here.
Yep. We are going to be seeing a sub coming in on the side of Luau. Drifty going to be brought in. I'm not sure who they're replacing. I didn't quite catch that. But either way, Luau trying to maybe go for a comp that takes more advantage of the... I don't even want to say unique strengths that Triggerfish lets you play into. It's just how well can you play this map as opposed to just how well can you outplay the opponents.
Absolutely, and Luau is bringing out the Explosher, which is pretty standard if you want to do well on Splat Zone's Triggerfish. However, Pulse is going for the double knot. Curious to see what they can pull off with the Inkjet there. It does make logical sense, because you do have range with that Inkjet. However, you also have many areas where you can't physically use the Inkjet because you will fall through the map.
Yeah, Pulse is opting for a very long-range combo or composition in general. They're going to be bringing in the NZAP, or I'm sorry, yeah, no, they don't even have the NZAP. They have the Junior still. I was looking at Luau, but outside of the Junior, which is just a really good painting weapon in general, everything here is more of a long-range weapon, which is definitely something that you want to see on Triggerfish. That allows you to play across the little break between the zones right there. And yeah, if they can take advantage of their range right there, then that should give Pulse a relatively easier time in winning this map.
Yeah, and Pulse is managing to hold that zone, at least for now, for the first minute of the map, and it does look like Luau is going to be able to do something here if this Explosher doesn't get taken out by that knot. They are managing the neutralize zone, but it is only holding it neutral as one member of Luau does go down, so now we're in a 4v4 situation. Pulse is at an advantage here if they manage the cap zone. You know, that way they can don't have to suffer any penalty points, and they do. Cap zone continuing to tick down the clock as another member goes down, 2 members go down, but the Explosher is down on the side of Luau, which is pretty big.
Yeah, losing that backline on a map like Triggerfish is definitely something that can be not really a death sentence, as we see Luau take the zone and finally apply some penalty points, but definitely something that you can't play with as much. Luau is going to be able to drive back using that, I think, I can't remember what blaster that is. I think that's a Rapid Blaster Pro.
Rapid Deco Pro.
But yeah, again, just not exactly the most common weapon, but something that we're going to be seeing brought out for this tournament. And I think that's been a theme of the tournament so far. It's just weapons that you're not normally used to seeing, maps you're not normally used to seeing. I really appreciate the variety. I think that there's just a lot of stuff in Splatoon that can sometimes go underrated, and this has just been a nice time to show off all these different weapons that Nintendo has put in the game.
Absolutely, and Pulse does manage to take control of the zone back. 2 members are currently on the side of Luau, and the 2 members that are up are pretty deep towards Luau's spawn. Pulse has pretty significant map control here, as 1 member does go down. However, Luau has the penalty points to deal with at this point, with 2 minutes left in the map. Both teams have been trading zone pretty significantly here, and they do have their armor. That Rapid Deco Pro does have armor on the side of Luau, so they are running a Devil Armor comp, which is interesting, considering we have been shifting away from that in the meta lately.
I feel like it can kind of make sense here because it removes an element of worrying about defense. Like, it just gives you a little bit of extra time to react on the map where flanking is pretty much a dominant strategy. And also just letting you push more forward into the spawn, like we just saw Drifty do before they went down. Luau actually starting to answer back. They still have pretty firm control of mid. Pulse trying to enter in, but I think if Luau can cap the zone one more time, they might have lead off of this. As I say that, it turns into just a 2v2 in mid right now, just a Nautilus left for Pulse for a bit. Luau does manage to take control and to take the lead back. So Luau trying to push it to a game 4, just needs to hold on for another 50 seconds or KO with the 17 points. I feel like I'm just rambling right now. I'm so sorry.
No worries about it. We all understand, Elias. It's one late night, and it's hard to keep track of all of these crazy comps. It's certainly very stimulating. And Pulse does manage to take the zone control of the zone back with 30 seconds left in the match. Luau does have lead and 2 specials. Both of those are armor. So whenever Luau decides to be aggressive, they do have a little bit of an edge here with both of those armor comps. And they do try to push. They are pushing. There are 20 seconds left in the match, so they're really going to have to either make and break it now. Pulse is desperately trying to maintain control of the zones. All members of Luau are on their part of the zone, which is pretty smart because you want to be able to at least neutralize that half and focus all your firepower if you're running against the clock. Pulse is in control of the zone as the match ends, and Luau is going to take... my apologies. No team is in control of the zones as the match ends, and Luau is going to take the win. We are going into a match 4. Luau is refusing to back out of this fight.
Yeah. And we do get to see, I believe, Arawana Mall this set after all.
Rainmaker Kelp Dome.
Oh, never mind. Arawana is the last one. We get to see Kelp Dome.
Not only Kelp Dome, but Rainmaker Kelp.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on this map mode combination in general?
I mean, I think we all have thoughts on this map mode combination in general. I'm personally not, I don't dislike this map mode combination. It's just a lot to keep track of. Because if you get distracted for a single moment, the enemy team can just, like, yeet it right. But that's also a disadvantage for them, just because of all those greats. So if you're keeping an eye on it, if you're running at least one blaster, you shouldn't have too much trouble here. But I'm very curious to see what they do with it. All those walls makes it pretty difficult to run traditional backlines. Like snipers. I don't know. How do you feel about Rainmaker Kelp?
It's definitely another map where you really do just have to... You have to keep your head on a swivel here. Ink can be coming at you from all sides, and it makes pushing the Rainmaker really hard to do initially. But I feel like momentum is another big thing that comes into play, because Kelp Dome is one of those maps where just the sheer amount of space you have to control to get a push started is almost just like an obstacle in and of itself. But after you get past a certain point, you really don't have to worry about as many parts of the map as much. And obviously map control in general is a big part of winning in Splatoon. So being able to focus on just pushing forward as opposed to, oh, I have to watch from like 3 different places where the enemy could come from in mid. It's sort of a blessing and a curse. With the curse being, it's a lot more concentrated when you do have to fight against resistance there.
To give Kelp Dome a little bit of respect, the segments of Kelp Dome do make it easier to compartmentalize a battle and to have your team focused in one area. So that is something that is nice about Kelp Dome.
Yeah. So game 4, Luau going to be bringing out one of the sloshing machines. It's just the vanilla sloshing machine, as well as just a vanilla Splash-O-Matic, which are variants that aren't that common in the meta. Meanwhile, Pulse bringing out some more standard weapons, both teams opting to go away from a traditional backline, just trying for more mobility in general. Pulse going to take an early lead using the grates for a little bit, where they have to get stopped by the Stingray coming out from the sloshing machine.
Yeah, and it looks like Pulse is taking a couple of deaths over on the side of where the Rainmaker is. They are fighting on for it, and they managed to get a trade against one of the members of the Luau. Luau really can use this time to take advantage of the map, especially like they're doing over here on right side, and begin their push towards the more traditional path, where you push it on right here. The Inkjet does pop. Most of the members of Luau are down at this point. The Rainmaker isn't really in a good position for Pulse to grab it, though, so they would have to really work in order to continue pushing that towards Luau's goal.
It looks like they are going to try and put in that extra work. They do find a couple of picks, and they do grab the Rainmaker. Rainmaker going to be trying to move forward, but the Toxic Mist slowing it down a little bit. That's another thing that the compartmentalization of these battles is going to help with. Bringing that vanilla Splash-O-Matic in with the Toxic Mist is going to allow them to just almost shut down entire pushes just by throwing the Toxic Mist in the one segment that Pulse has to go towards. So Luau able to hold off on defense and is going to let the Rainmaker reset as they fight for more mid-control.
Yeah, that Toxic Mist is definitely showing its worth here on Rainmaker Kelp Dome, and Luau is going to push this right, however they are going to be intercepted. Pulse is putting up a strong defense here on the right side, entirely wiping the members of Luau.
So Pulse going to try to continue to press their advantage a little bit, looking to reaggress on a different part of the map. We do see some spread coming out from the members of Pulse right now, just trying to figure out where the best spot to advance the Rainmaker is, but they don't have to advance it too far, given that they are already in a fairly good lead, which, again, no lead is safe on Rainmaker, but with a map like Kelp Dome, it can definitely be a little bit harder to advance the Rainmaker forward than it would on other maps.
Absolutely. You do have those very specific narrow channels where if the enemy does have their eyes on that, it can be very difficult to push without getting a wipe or a significant number of kills.
Luau, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and the Rainmaker resets as two members of Pulse go down, and it does look like Luau is taking a pretty significant portion of mid here. The Rainmaker does stutter a little bit as they decide which way to push with their team, and they are going to push it right. Another member of Pulse goes down, and the other three are all the way back in spawn. Luau is looking like they're going to be able to make a pretty significant push out of here, and they just narrowly miss that lead and go out in the Rainmaker pop.
Yeah, the suction bomb rush from Luke couldn't have come out at a better time, able to pop the Rainmaker and wipe out almost the entirety of the Luau forces that were pushing in. Just able to hold on defense, a little bit of a scare from the side of Pulse, and Luau does have a lot of mid-control to work with, but Pulse just able to find a couple of good picks, especially using this Inkjet, and they're going to be able to get the Rainmaker to a better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulse is determined to keep pushing this. They're saying, hey, you may have gotten it close to our goal, but we're going to keep getting this thing as close to your goal as possible. That way the battle lines are shifted away from mid, and more importantly, away from that grate.
Yeah, Pulse trying to pop this Rainmaker again, but it looks like it's mostly just Luke trying to delay Luau to let the remaining members of their team spawn back in. And it does look like Luau will get the pop eventually, but they don't really have a good place to go with it, so they're just going to let it respawn and try and take control of mid. But Pulse is already right there to meet them.
Yeah, absolutely. There are 45 seconds left in this game, and both teams have a decent amount of specials here. One member does go down on the side of both Luau and Pulse, but neither team really has a significant lead here in terms of their mid control.
Yeah, it's just, especially with the Rainmaker spawn being elevated, it's going to be a little bit harder for Luau to fully seize control of mid, nevertheless push forward. And we can actually see just Pulse painting a good area around their the area where Luau would need to push if they wanted to end it quicker. But right now, it doesn't even look like that's going to happen, as Pulse just in a good position to grab the Rainmaker at the end of the game, and Luau can't respawn in time. So Pulse going to take the set 3-1 and move on to Grand Finals.
Absolutely. Way to go, Pulse, there. Towards the end there, that last minute, they were getting pick after pick on the enemies of Luau, and they weren't even able to paint up. It was a fantastic job there, especially from that Inkjet with the 19 kills.
Yeah, great effort by Luau in general, but Pulse just showing that they could play on these maps just a little bit more flexibly.
Absolutely.
So we will be either we're not going to see Arowana this set. I'll leave it up to you all to decide whether or not that's a good or a bad thing as we go into a little bit of a break before finals, I believe.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing Pulse as they move on towards Grand Finals. Hello everyone, welcome back to Grand Finals of Testing Ground. Here we do have Pulse versus Jacob's Crib. Are you excited, Alias?
I am extremely excited. We get to start out on Moray Towers. The excitement is... If you could see my face right now, you could very clearly see the level of excitement that I have.
I can hear the lack of excitement that you have, but don't worry, because I love me some Moray.
I do not. But I do love me these two teams. We're going to be seeing Pulse, who we just saw take this last set over Luau, going up against, I believe, Jacob's Crib. I don't know much about these two teams. We saw Pulse do very well, and I would assume that Jacob's Crib has been playing very well to get here. So either way, this should definitely be an exciting Grand Finals, maps aside.
Absolutely, and we are rolling into Clam Blitz Moray right about now.
Yeah, definitely an interesting map, way more vertical than most of the maps that we're used to seeing, and it doesn't look like either team is going to bring a charger or a long-range splatling to take advantage of that. Instead, both teams opting for the Nautilus as their pseudo backline. Very similar comps in general coming out from these two teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's so unique about this map mode is just how much of the map is irrelevant to playing objective. You know, you have almost all of your stairs that are just completely irrelevant when it comes to scoring, unless you want to go around for like a sneaky little side clam. But most teams typically don't do that, and one member does go down on the side of Pulse, and then two to go down on the side of Jacob's Crib. Make that 3, as Pulse is working that power clam towards the enemy's basket and scores.
Yeah, Pulse just displaying this strong start that we saw on the last time that we watched their clam blitz, where they ended things very early on Shellendor. Looking to do the same here, Luke staying alive, getting a few more in as Land Cable going to follow up as well. So they're getting it all the way down to 32, and I think that that's where the push is going to stop, as they don't really have the claims to keep going. They might be able to get some more in, actually.
What a significant first push.
Yeah, if Luke didn't go down right there, they would have been able to get a few more in. As it stands, they do have 9 clams already, only 1 away from having that power clam, and they're just going to re-aggress right away.
Yeah, they're denying Jacob's Crib from the ability to even pick up clams in mid. You can see the amount of paint that Jacob's Crib has in mid, and they just don't have access to clams. The most clams that they possibly have access to at this moment is the pity clam right underneath their basket. And Pulse is scoring. They get the lead all the way down to 4. That's very significant, and it looks like they're just trying to gather clams and work that way back up.
Yeah, Jacob's Crib going to go ahead and push in on offense before the basket is even respawned. A little bit of a risky play given that that Pulse was already on 4 clams remaining, but they are going to be able to hold off Pulse, driving them back a little bit and even breaking the basket in the process. So now it's Jacob's Crib's turn to go ahead and get some clams in, and get some clams in they are going to do. Already down to 39, some more clams relatively close, and Dream SMP is going to be able to get some in. The basket stays open, but Pulse just trying to drive them back a little bit.
What an aggressive match of clams, as both teams have a extremely successful first push with 2.5 minutes left in the game. This really is anybody's match right now.
Yeah, Pulse already has another power clam. I feel like the clam spawns on this map are just really concentrated. Like, I normally don't see nearly as many clams spawn, like, that close to the basket as I do on Moray. The power clam's going to both miss. One of them gets shut down and the other one just can't even... one of them gets shut down and the other one misses the basket. So Pulse barely unable to hang on. I think that might have been the KO if they managed to land one of them in. Definitely would have if they landed both. But Jacob's Crib does have another shot at taking this map right now.
Absolutely, both of those power clams
come from.
Oh, look at these picks. There are 4 members down on the map total, as Jacob's Crib does manage to get another clam into the basket. But they don't have any clams. They have 1 clam and that clam goes down, so it looks like they're just going to be granting Pulse another pity. And you know what Pulse can do with those power clams.
Yeah. I think the power clam was going to try and jump in, but had to back off at just the last minute because of the picks that Pulse found on the members of Jacob's Crib. So Pulse now does have a pity. Blue getting a good vantage point to try and defend this next push. Jacob's Crib still has a power clam of their own, as well as some other clams, a lot of them on Blue's person right now, trying to drive back the power clam on the side of Pulse, as well as push up. They do manage to break Pulse's basket. Blue with a nice flank right here. They have a good opportunity to get some of these clams in. Going untouched, get it all the way down to 11, and unfortunately that looks like that's where the push is going to end. Jacob's Crib getting almost fully wiped right there, if not fully wiped. Getting it down to 11, but won't be able to get it any further on this push.
This is an extremely narrow and intense match with only 20 seconds left in the game. Pulse has 2 power clams, make that 3, and they're going for that KO.
3 power clams, all jumping through the air. The first 2 connect, and that will wrap up Game 1 of Grand Finals. Going to Pulse, very tight game in general, as Jacob's Crib doing a very good job of holding off Pulse at certain parts. doing a good job at aggressing during others. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Honestly, I had no idea who was going to win that match, and it does go to Pulse.
For just a bit, I actually I saw Blue get that flank, and I thought it was going to go to Jacob's crib right there. But just a good job by Pulse to hold off on defense.
Absolutely. What a fantastic match, and we are moving forward to Splat Zone's Arowana.
Yeah, Splat Zone's on Arowana Mall. It's another map where having control of mid, especially with the vantage points along the sides, is very, very important. I would expect both teams to probably bring back their Nautiluses just to have that extra control. I don't think that we're going to be seeing a sniper here, just given the team comps from last game. If they're not running it on Moray, then they're probably just not going to run it at all for the rest of the set. But
And
both teams just... Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
my apologies, Alias. I was just going to say both teams are bringing out not only the Nautilus, but also armor. And so they're running very similar comps as Pulse pushes forward towards the zone here. And they do get 2 picks on the side of Jacob's crib and take control of the zone.
Yeah, Pulse just already has control of that ramp towards Jacob's crib spawn, driving them back a ways. And Luke with this K-52 gal is definitely going to help out with that. Having the wall there is just going to limit Jacob's crib's options for pushing in so much. And if they can get the walls down consistently, then Jacob's crib might not be able to have a good time aggressing at all. Booyah Bomb going to come in clutch. Splashdown actually, I think, going to avoid it. And the Inkjet is able to land safely. So Jacob's crib, able to push back into mid, takes control, but 2 of the members go down to an Inkjet. But again, gets traded out, but it's just down to Haya on the Neosplash-O-Matic. And they're able to find a pick on Luke. Going to find another pick before being traded out, and Jacob's crib suddenly in a 3v2.
Yeah, absolutely, and I will say that that K-52 did a fantastic job of clearing those suction bombs from zone. That probably would have allowed Jacob's crib to at least cap the zone or neutralize it, but they cleared them out with the Booyah Bomb, and that was very great timing on the side from that K-52. There are 2 people down, 1 on each side, and Pulse manages to clear their penalty points. They are increasing their lead with every passing second, trying to deny Jacob's crib the opportunity to cap zone, but they do, as 2 members of Pulse are down.
Yeah, 2 members down and no specials to manage to hold off that special rush from the side of Jacob's crib. So Jacob's crib able to recap zone, working through mid, but they've given Pulse a good area to work with coming back. Eventually they do turn their aggression towards it, but Pulse already in a good spot to launch an attack. Just coming from their own ramp, because most of the players on Jacob's crib were focusing on stopping them from advancing up the sides. And just like that, Pulse has control of the zone again.
Absolutely, Jacob Crib has no choice but to fall back, but they do have 1 person in their street and 1 person on their bridge, and Pulse is just pushing up and up as 2 members of Jacob's Crib are down. Pulse, it looks like they're going to be able to clear their penalty points out here and increase their lead even further.
Yeah, Florian going to get taken down by a well-placed burst bomb. And Jacob's Crib does have a couple of specials to work with. They do have the suction bomb rush coming out from the Neosplash-Matic, and they do have the Inkjet. Combination of those are going to take the zone. But Pulse still has a couple members alive that can make things miserable for Jacob's Crib. But eventually,
not anymore.
Yeah, as soon as I said that, Caster's Curse coming out in full effect, Pulse fully wiped. Jacob's Crib does have a lot of control over mid now, and it looks like they are going to focus a little bit more attention on ramp this time, just driving the members of Pulse back, not letting them spawn in. Basically just treating Arowana like a lockout map, and I, for one, completely agree with that.
Absolutely, and Jacob's Crib is getting closer and closer to taking lead here as they keep the zone. 2 members of Pulse are still down. Jacob's Crib did a fantastic job there of painting up there evenly and uniformly. You saw you had 2 members in mid and 1 on each side as they just were not allowing Pulse back into the zone. Jacob's Crib takes lead here. They are dangerously close to KOing, and it looks like they do.
Yeah, I want to point out one key part of that last part, where Luke had a Booyah Bomb with the K-52 gal, and ended up just throwing it, trying to stall, but because they didn't have control of mid, they weren't able to aggress in off of that Booyah Bomb. And so Jacob's Crib was just able to recap the zone, and after that, they didn't ever let it go again. And you can see it was a relatively low, kill game in general. So once Jacob's Crib started focusing more on getting area control, using the paint, and not giving Pulse much room to push back in on, they did a lot better in terms of just making sure that Pulse never had a chance to put themselves back in the game.
Absolutely. They really locked them out like they would on Manta Maria.
Yeah.
And we are moving forward to Rainmaker Gobi. How do you feel about this one, Alias?
It's not the worst. Which is more than I can say than about some of the map mode combos that we've seen tonight. However much you're going to disagree with that. It's definitely one that can feel like if you go down towards mid, it feels like it can take a while to actually get back into the fight, especially just with the various areas that you can play in on this map. But either way, I think both of these teams are just going to approach it with the same philosophy that they've been going towards. We're not going to see many composition changes at all. I think we're just going to be seeing the vanilla Splashmatic coming out from Luke.
Yeah, this
go for that Toxic
really
Mist.
similar.
Yeah, I do agree with bringing the Toxic Mist back in. We saw it being used to great effect the last set. I can't remember if it was Luau or Pulse that was using it, but if it was Luau, then Pulse definitely learning a little bit of a new trick right here. They use the Toxic Mist to sort of slow down Jacob's Crib. Suction Bomb Rush not actually going to find that much of an effect, and Pulse already has the Rainmaker going to go down to Haya, who actually finds a double right there and is able to get out with their life. But Pulse still trying to aggress on the Rainmaker, but they can't really do it anymore as it's just down to the Flash-O-Matic and the Custom Dually Sculptures. And as the Inkjet goes down, so does the push coming out from Pulse.
Yeah, Haya was on fire there, getting that triple before they go down. They almost went in for the quad. They did get taken out, but still, it was nonetheless a fantastic play there from Haya.
Yeah, but despite all of that, Pulse able to find the Rainmaker. They just have more control over mid than Jacob's Crib does right now. And they're starting to play it a little bit more slow. They're not pushing up as much as they're just waiting for a good opportunity to make their advance. They do lose the Rainmaker after advancing it a little bit, but it looks like they just have strong control over mid for the time being.
Yeah, 2 members of Jacob's Crib, 3 actually going down in mid as they try to take a little bit of control there, but they are just getting wiped. The Rainmaker is continuing the push towards that goal, increasing the lead down to 35 remaining.
Yeah, they didn't have time to let it reset, so Jacob's Crib, they're going to pop it right now, but they don't have control over mid, so they need to find a way to get control over mid before the reset comes out, and Pulse is just making that really hard for them. That being said, Jacob's Crib does find 2 members. One respawns, but the other one's still going to be in spawn for a bit. And they're going to advance the Rainmaker. They get the pop some specials of their own. Toxic Mist only going to slow them down a little bit. Not going to be able to advance it very far as the Rainmaker advances without the support of their teammates. But Jacob's Crib does find a couple of other good picks. If they can clear out the Custom Dually Squelchers, they have a shot. They're going to take lead off of this. They can keep going. Pulse
They can.
spawns. They get the team wipe, and Jacob's Crib going to just answer back on this push. They need to paint the podium, but they are going to KO eventually. And Jacob's Crib, very strong push to answer back. Pulse looked like they had it for a good portion of the game, but Jacob's Crib finding the answer they needed, and they go up for the first time in this grand final set.
Absolutely. That was remarkably clean from the side of Jacob's Crib. They said, we are not pushing this Rainmaker until at least 3 of you are down.
Yeah, and just once it got to a certain point, you could see the panic set in on Pulse's players as they realized that they just had to do whatever they could to stop it, and that led to sort of the staggered defensive pushes coming in from individual players who were just coming off the spawn, and that made it really easy for Jacob's Crib to go ahead and just keep pushing it. The Rainmaker got traded out a few different times on that push, but they were able to just keep going nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. They were saying that once we are here, once we were in jail, They were going to use that to paint up and just keep going.
So we go from arguably one of the fastest game modes to probably the slowest one. Tower control on Port Mackerel, which is it's a very square map mode combination in general. Just a lot of right angles to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of cover to work around, lots of angles for weapons that have clear shots and significant range, such as snipers, blobs, anything else that really is just going to use those channels to their advantage. K52 does have a pretty good edge here with all those channels to block it off with their splash walls. I'm very curious to see what both teams pull out.
Yeah, I would love to see the Kenza 52 gal coming out. I can tell that Kraken, our wonderful streamer, very excited at the possibility of seeing a Stingray coming out on Port Mackerel. And I agree, this is definitely going to be a map mode combo that the Stingray is just really good on.
Yeah,
just a lot of
absolutely.
straight lines to work with.
Not only that, but it's one of those maps where you can really just get right up to your opponent's spawn and just camp them.
Yep, so we are going to go ahead and jump in. This is game 4 of Grand Finals, I believe. This
Correct.
best of 7 set. So, Jacob's Crypt trying to put it onto match point, Pulse trying to tie it up. I don't think we're going to see a Stingray at all.
No, I don't see one either. Poor Kraken.
Yeah. We are going to see that K52 gal coming out from Luke, though, on the side of Pulse. Definitely something to watch right there, as neither team really has control of mid. It's sometimes a little bit hard to just tell where exactly mid is. You can just kind of get lost in all the boxes right now. But Pulse able to grab control of the tower after a little bit.
Yeah, and they are pushing into the opponent's court, and they do have a pretty significant paint edge here. There is one member down on each side, and it looks like plus minus plus is working on getting control of the opponent's bunker here. The tower was able to clear the first checkpoint. They are working on the second, as one member on the side of Jacob's Crib is down, and everybody is up on the side of Pulse. They take that tower back. They have the rest of the checkpoint to clear. There's somebody dancing on bunker as one does go down.
Yeah, Jacob's Crib trying to re-aggress using this sort of, not really flank position, but sort of an alternate position to get back into the fray. But Pulse just reading it very well, going to go ahead and find most of the picks that they need, but unable to advance the Rainmaker, or not the Rainmaker, the tower any further. Jacob's Crib just holding on defense, good inkjet coming out from the Nautilus, and Pulse unable to get past the first checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely, and both teams are even as they work their way back to mid, and that's not for long. Good old Commentator's Curse. 2 go down on the side of Jacob's Crib as they work their way back into their port. My apologies. There is someone on bunker, and Land Cable does see that. They are working back towards that second checkpoint. They do have wonderful special utility, and the armor does pop. They are saying, we are clearing this checkpoint, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, the Kansas Sloshing Machine going to be able to find one, but not going to be able to find the tower. They do manage to grab the tower, but not until after it's past the second checkpoint, or the first checkpoint. I gotta say, I do like the positioning of the Kansas Sloshing Machine right there. It's just providing a nuisance that some of these other weapons just can't. Like, I feel like we're not going to see Jacob's Crib have as hard of a time getting through that position if they get up there, especially since they have sort of this special utility to make it work. But at the same time, Pulse is just looking very strong on defense right now. They do get a 3v3, but Jacob's Crib unable to find the tower, and Dream SMP unable to find the splashdown. So Pulse does have a man advantage, going to get extended a little bit with the pick on Haya coming out. Florian, along with the rest of their team, just going to try and take control of mid.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulse does a fantastic job there of taking control of their own court and pushing Jacob's Crib back.
Yeah, the Inkjet coming out isn't going to find much. They do find a pick using Luke's Booyah Bomb, though. So Pulse not in too serious of a man deficit. It is going to be tied back up at 4v4 until the Nautilus on the side of Jacob's Crib goes down. So Jacob's Crib trying to figure out the best way to push in. Inkstorm going to deal some chip damage, Bomb going to do even more, and just like that, the NSAP is taken completely out of the fight. It's just down to one of the players on Jacob's crib, and Pulse right back on the aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. They are continuing to push and push and push this tower towards Jacob's Crib's KO, and they are refusing to allow Jacob's Crib to have control of their court for that long. They do manage to increase their push all the way down to 29.
Yeah, they do lose a couple of members in the process, but with how much control of mid Pulse has, that's not going to be that serious of an issue. And I would like to point out that Pulse was ready for the player in bunker this time. They were able to just flush them out with the utility. The bombs definitely coming into effect right there. I don't think they committed a special there either, but they don't have any to work with. Meanwhile, Jacob's Crib does have 3 that they can use, now up to 4 that they can use on this next offensive push. Ink Armor going to be coming out. They don't quite have control of mid, but they're going to have to push anyways. Other specials going to be coming out. Splashdown still the only one left in the tank as they go ahead and just pop that right as soon as I say that. And Jacob's Crib going to push up, but the player on tower going to fall as a player on bunker gets a good pick on the tower. LAN cable goes down in the process, but so Jacob's Crib not at too bad of a man deficit, but they just don't have the positioning to work with. They need to get on tower soon. Booyah Bomb going to push them back a ways. They do manage to find the tower, but they're a player down, and 2 more go down. Haya just the only one left alive, and they can't get on the tower in time. So Pulse evens the score up for this grand final set, 2-2.
Wow, these teams are neck and neck as they are 2-2 going into the 5th match of grand finals. What a fantastic set. I will say Pulse did a great job of learning Jacob's Crib's technique and the flanks that they were using that were very unique on bunker like you described. This is a team that's adaptable and that's willing to think, and Jacob's Crib is willing to innovate and push Pulse into what they think that they can do. And we are going forward to Schellendorf Clams. This is a map mode that Pulse performed very well on.
Yeah, we saw them do really well on the Moray Towers game. Given that we saw them do really well on the last Clan Blitz game, I would assume that this would be going in favor of Pulse. But that being said, we don't know how well Jacob's Crib performed during their set, because they also had to play this. So both teams do have a little bit of practice on this map mode combo from the last set that they played. Let's see how they play it against each other now.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. These 2 teams were just so intense on that Moray Clams match.
Yeah, and again, just not a lot of composition changes. It's mostly just been this Nautilus, Armor Bot, some form of Splash-O-Matic, and then a 3rd weapon coming out from either side. The custom dually squelchers on the side of Pulse, and the Kenza slashing machine on the side of Jacob's Crib. Both good weapons that can really take advantage of glass on this map specifically. But I do favor the custom dually squelchers a little bit more right here. Haya the only one left alive on Jacob's Crib, and Pulse able to find them as well. So Luke all the way up in spawn, or under the basket, sorry, as Pulse goes ahead and dunks the first power clam of the game.
Hey, this is feeling very familiar, except Jacob's Crib is putting up a fantastic defense. Pulse is not scoring as many clams as they did nearly this time last set.
Yeah, Pulse only going to get down to 65 as the timer expires on the basket. Jacob's Cribs doesn't have the best control of mid, but they do have a surprising amount of control of glass right now. As that goes ahead and pushes forward, Pulse already has another power claim though, and that's something that we saw a lot from them. They are pushed back a ways as Jacob's Crib is taking a good amount of control over mid. Blue up there on glass, going to be driven back by these bombs coming out. But the Inkling going to be popped, and that'll afford Blue a little bit amount of control before going down.
Both teams are pretty even here, both in terms of their special distribution and their clams distribution. They are working for control of glass as Pulse manages to get another pick on top of glass. They do have control of this at this point, and Jacob's Crib is almost all out of clams. And so is Pulse, actually. Speak of the devil.
Pulse does manage to recover their lost power clam. Florian going to go ahead and pick up the ones that have been dropped, but Pulse just continuing to be driven back. Both teams playing a very defensive game that we wouldn't have expected after seeing the first game of the set. Pulse does lose 2 of their members, Haya trading out for a double in return, but Pulse does have their power clams still, and Jacob's Crib is running very low on clams of their own. Looks like plus minus plus is going to go ahead and push up under the cover of the suction bomb rush coming out from Luke. Great special coordination, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find any more clams after this. Plus minus plus getting a good pick, and it looks like they are going to be able to. Luke pushing up along with Land Cable. They're going to find some more clams, and they're going to throw some in from on top of glass, getting it all the way down to 17, but they don't have any... they do have clams, but they're too far away at this point.
Well, it looks like they're getting pretty close to the basket.
Yeah,
oh my.
Luke's pushing up. They just need the one more. Plus minus plus is right there. They can end it. And they do. Pulse goes ahead and takes game 5. And they're on match point of Grand Finals.
Incredible. You know, I will say, Pulse, that felt very familiar. And not only did they push forward with under the cover of that suction bomb rush, but they were also under the cover of an ink storm, which helped discourage anyone from pushing that power clam. What a fantastic final push from Pulse there. Really, it really is just as aggressive as we saw last set with that Clan Blue Schellendorf. I think they've been working a lot on that map mode combination. It certainly feels like it.
It definitely looked very coordinated. And speaking of coordination, they're definitely going to need it as they go into the splat zones on Walleye Warehouse.
And this could be the final match of the set.
In the interest of not seeing Camp Triggerfish again, kind of hope it is. That being said, Camp Triggerfish Rainmaker would be very fun to watch in a Game 7 scenario.
It sure would. And also, how do you feel about Splatzone's Walleye?
Odd, I guess. I don't really know how this map mode combination works all that well. I feel like I never see it just at all. So I can't even remember if the map layout changes. I don't think it changes that much.
It doesn't. I don't think so.
I can't remember if the boxes in the middle of the
is.
The middle of mid are still there. If they are, I do think that the Kensa slashing machine might have a little bit of an advantage. But at the same time, if Luke switches back to that Kensa 52 gal, then using those splash walls, again, on a small map like Walleye Warehouse could make it very hard for Jacob's Crib to push in.
Yeah, absolutely. I do enjoy the heck out of Walleye Splat Zones. I'm surprised at all to see this here in Testing Grounds. I did not think that this was a forbidden map.
Yeah.
Alright, and we are going into Splat Zones Walleye. Good luck to both teams.
Indeed. Pulse on match point. They're trying to just end it right here. Jacob's Crib trying to stay in, force a Game 7 scenario. I don't think the composition's changed at all from this last game. Both teams just happy to roll with what they had. So we are going to see a lot of just contending for mid. Not really going in favor of either team. 2 members going to trade out, but just like that. Pulse only down to Luke. Luke going to find... No, they aren't going to find one. I thought they had it, but Blue goes ahead and gets the pick, and Jacob's Crib in a very good scenario to start off Game 6.
Absolutely. Not only do they have armor, inkjet, and suction bomb rush, look at that special utility. They are just ready to shut Pulse down and force a Game 7 scenario.
I didn't realize how small the zone was on this map. I mean, I get the map's small in general, but Pulse just unable to even push up in. Jacob's Crib, by taking control of the zone, has effectively... They didn't even have to commit that much to taking further control of mid. Pulse committing a lot of special utility to push in, finds the picks that they need eventually. Jacob's Crib manages to get it all the way down to 34 ticks left on the timer, but Pulse very strong response. They do manage to fully wipe out Jacob's Crib, and now it's their turn to see if they can lock out Jacob's Crib.
Absolutely. It's their time to earn specials and get ready to lock them out. They do have their armor and their inkjet ready to go. They didn't have a penalty, obviously, because this is their first time capping zone, so both teams are still pretty even as Pulse works their way down towards Jacob's Crib's lead of 34. One member does go down on the side of Pulse, but that slashing machine is also down on the side of Jacob's Crib. They are going to be able to push forward with that suction bomb rush, but Pulse is denying that. They are painting over that rush, saying you are not going to use this to cap.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed from both teams, as Pulse does manage to take the lead, is that both of the Nautiluses are using their inkjets as defensive options as opposed to offensive options. They've both been getting right up into the spawn area and trying to make life miserable coming out. However, Jacob's Crib's Nautilus, Blue, was able to get behind the shipping crate right in front of spawn. Meanwhile, Florian on the side of Pulse was not able to do that and ended up going down immediately off the inkjet popping. So, just something to keep track of how both teams are using their specials, both on offense and on defense. It seems like the team controlling the zone is trying to use them more preemptively as opposed to in response to the specials coming out from the other team as they rush forward.
Yeah, and Pulse does have control of the zone here. They are working down their penalty with a 20-point lead, and they do have their specials ready to go for Jacob Crib, ready to push in. Jacob's Crib does have all 4 of their specials now. This would be a great time for them to work forward, and they do. They are popping all at the same time, and they are very aggressively rushing that zone.
Yeah, Pulse does actually go for the counter special technique this time. Florian somehow manages to get behind and has a fair amount of control for being a flanking player. Unable to find the picks needed, though, so Jacob's Crib will respond. They do get the zone cap, but Pulse all the way down to 14. That's such a dangerous number to be at.
Absolutely, and they do have those penalty points reapplied as Jacob Crib is in control of the zone. Their penalty points are ticking down. They do have 2 of their specials ready to go. Pulse is getting theirs just as quickly, though. This is a game of special.
Yeah, you can just see Blue waiting, going to safely pop the inkjet, though the inkjet duel unable to really have a victor from either side. Jacob's Crib, though, does manage to find control of the zone again, but Pulse able to answer right back. They get the picks that they need, and I think that might have been a full wipe on the side of Jacob's Crib, so Pulse has very good control right now. Has the fewer penalty points to work with too, having been stuck on 14 for a bit. And if they hold on for just a little bit longer, this could be a KO to finish off Grand Finals. But either way, the time's certainly not on the side of Jacob's Crib right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulse is working down those penalty points with 30 seconds left in the match. They only need to hold this zone for about 5 more seconds in order to be able to take this and be the winners of Grand Finals, and they do! Way to go, Pulse! The winners of Testing Grounds 21 Grand Finals.
Yeah, just a really solid performance by Pulse. They did have the shakier moments. They lost Gobi, Rainmaker, in a fashion that definitely could have been a match that sort of, for other teams, it might have been a map mode combo loss that just tanks your mentality, but good job by Pulse to bounce back from that loss. Didn't lose again after that, and they will take Grand Finals 4-2 over Jacob's Crib.
Fantastic jobs to both teams and every single team that played tonight. Wow, what a fantastic final match.
Yeah, so that is that's going to do it for me and Skep. Skep, where can I find you?
Oh yeah, thanks for asking. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepadillions as seen on screen.
Yeah. As for me, I'm on Twitter at alias handle. Outside of that, I'm probably in a Splatoon server near you. I just lurking. Feel free to hit me up if you need to. Free to follow me on Twitter, whatever. I don't really use it that much. But yeah, that's going to do it for us. Again, thank you for all the teams thank you to all the teams for coming out. Thank you to, once again, Kraken for streaming this for us. be sure to show them some love. They are going to be up in like 6 hours or so for Refresh Down. 4.5. That's ludicrous.
Yeah, and I will see you guys tomorrow as well for Refresh Down. Please turn into IPL to give us some of your support, and thank you everybody who played and tuned in tonight, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.